Hi everyone, my name's Kim and this is my cozy little corner of the world and we are going to paint something beautiful today. We're going to try anyway. Welcome in, Flo. It's so nice to see that you came in today. And yep, you are the first. So nice to see you. I hope you had a good day yesterday. We're just going to try to pick up here where we left off on Saturday because I promised that I was not going to touch this one. I've been working on other stuff, but I promised I was not going to touch this one. We're going to do this whole thing on the stream just so y'all can see it from start to finish. And so we're just going to keep going. So anyway, hope everybody is doing well. You did something exciting yesterday. What did you do, Plo? Please do share. So I'm just going to go ahead and get started. And Plo, you please tell me what you did that's exciting. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to come in here and just start working on some highlights. I think that'll be a nice way to kind of get things going a little bit, try to bring out a little bit more dimension into the ice cream. And then you applied for the local art gallery. I have doubts about getting it, but I did work up the courage to apply, which is huge for me. Woo-hoo! Go Plow! You know what? That is amazing. And I apply for things. I have lots of things and gotten, good things and bad things. But you have to have the courage to just do it and not let whatever result comes of it discourage you from applying for the next thing. So I am sure that you are an amazing artist. For anybody who's in here who has not seen Plo's work, please go over. She is also a Twitch streamer, so please go over and subscribe to Plo. And she is an amazing artist, and I am so proud of you, Plo, for doing that, because we all need the courage to keep trying and pushing ourselves to be a little bit better each time and just take risks, because you know what? It stopped me from doing things in the past, be like, oh, I don't want to do it because I think I'm going to get rejected, or I don't want to do it because I don't want somebody to, not like what I do. And I've gone through lots of phases and tried to figure out why my thought process was that way. And at this point, I just try not to think that way anymore. So I hope I will have you in my thoughts, Plo, and I hope that certainly works out for you. But if it doesn't, don't let it discourage you from applying for the next thing, because you are great. So I have faith. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to just start going, but anybody else who wants to chat, please just jump on in. So, anyway, I'm very excited for you, Plo. Just again, to work up the courage to do it. That's like a big deal. Cause, like we said last week, artists, we tend to undersell ourselves, right? That's kind of a thing. So you were very gifted, Plo, and I know good things will come for you. So you kept doubting yourself yesterday, but near the end of the day, you just pulled the Band-Aid off and did it before you could change your mind. Good for you. Good for you, Plo. Like I said, I applied for lots of things in my time. And most things you will typically get, I get, not you, but me. Most things I think a lot of us typically get rejected for. But again, the secret is to surviving that is you just don't let it wear you down. And you think about it as you applied for this, now you know how to do it. And every time you do something, it refines it for the next time that you try. So for me, like coming on Twitch and talking about my art and talking about my process, I've gone back and looked at like the first few ones of these that I did, and my God, I was terrible. I was really terrible. The room, my husband fixed all the lighting. My room was like dark and dingy. I was like solemn, and yeah, so I get a little bit better every time. So that's and the same thing works with, if you get rejected, you just need to work more on improving your art, study more and practice more. That is true. But what I would also say is it's not always about the quality of your art. Sometimes it's just people's taste. And, I've learned over the years, one thing, and it doesn't always work. But one thing is, when you're going to apply to something, like look at who the people are that review that to see if you're a good fit. So if I try to, if I try to apply to something, for example, I think this will be a really good opportunity, and then I see that the person who is maybe the juror for something, and I don't apply to a lot of juried shows anymore, but when I do apply for anything, if I see that the juror is, maybe an impressionistic landscape artist, right? They're not probably going to be into my stuff. So that's just taste. And so, that's just something you have to, I don't know, that I've had to come to terms with, is sometimes it works out and sometimes it doesn't. So, anyway, I think we all, I guess what I think is we all should continue to strive to make our work better, right? But when someone expresses an opinion of it, or when somebody, rejects you from something, that doesn't necessarily mean that your work is bad. So, anyway, so that's, again, my opinion. The art world is a crazy place to navigate. I just like to paint. So I'm going to keep on painting. So I'm going to come in here and I'm going to I have, again, this cool mix of my colors. So down here, I'm using this bright blue, this bright red. We're going to put just a little bit more of these in here. Bright blue, bright red, and my yellow. And I've just tinged this into my white. And so I'm making that my current layer on my highlights. And it's very different from where I started in here. So I started with these warm colors, right, on all of these base layers. And then I did one layer last Saturday that was these cooler colors. So I'm going to come back in again with one of these layers of these cooler colors. And we're just going to see. I might have to tweak it just a little bit. It's hard to tell when I have these light colors on here if it's something, if it's something that is going to work yet, especially if I haven't done any painting on something today. So, and see, that's a little bit, it's actually not quite as white. So we're just going to add more white to it. Not quite as white as I want it to be, and probably not as cool as I want it to be. So we're going to add a little bit more blue. Yeah, I think that, for me, like I've said, about, we have, both of us, Plo, right, have a love-hate relationship with social media. I think a lot of artists are like that. We kind of feel like on social media, we have to almost be like entertainers. And you wonder why it's so much effort to just reach people who enjoy your work. And sometimes in that same vein, and for whatever reason, people on social media feel that they have the right to insult you. And I've been insulted many, many times. And so I've expressed that before. I would, kind of him-haw around and let it really beat me up. And my husband, who's much better at this kind of thing, would say, "Why do you do that? Just ban them." And I'm like, well, they're probably not bad people, right? They don't mean anything by it. And they're just expressing their opinion. There's a lot of different diverse opinions in the art world. And he'd say, "I don't care, just ban them." And so it really, like, the day that I started doing that, it was difficult. And that's not to say that I do this to a whole lot of people, right? It was difficult for me because I felt like so guilty. It got easier. It got much easier. Social media feeds performative, and people are keyboard warriors. That's a good term for it. Keyboard warriors. Yeah. So, I shared last Friday, I think it was, I shared my old art, right? And then showed some of like things that I'd made throughout my career, before my career, like when I was a kid, up to high school, to college. When I took a break, I came back and taught myself to paint and switched mediums and all of those things. So we went through that process. So I posted something I shared on my TikTok the other day, and really overwhelmingly good feedback, very kind feedback, and got, you know, lots and lots of views on it. And that's just luck. So I don't know I don't have the grand secret to TikTok. That was just luck. Sometimes something hits and sometimes it doesn't. But, you know, I did have one person in particular that felt the need to insult me. And it took me about a half a second to decide to ban them. And I will never have that person in my, hopefully in my art or life again. And I just find that it's very empowering. It's very empowering. I don't let anybody discourage me. I just do what I'm going to do, and I try to get better according to my own rules and not what anybody else tells me. I showed my dad your TikTok. Thought the oil painting you did was stunning. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I might try to show that whole group that I did, because that was a whole body of, like I said, I think I did those oil paintings. When I was doing the oil paintings, I sold little ones that were mostly still life, not all still life, but mostly still life. But I did a body of maybe somewhere between 6 and 8 of those, and they were really time consuming. They took, because I was like teaching myself to paint with them, and so I wish I had been able to do more, but again, I expressed that I got yelled at by people as I was taking more and more photographs for reference, and that was not fun for me. So I did stop and lean into doing still life more, but I should show them at least at some point, all of them, because I did win a prize for that one. That was the first thing that I ever won, and as an adult, I guess, the first art prize that I ever won. And I was really proud of that painting. It took me a long time. I said, you know, most of these took me, you know, like 1 to 3 months to paint. That one in particular was the one that I was primarily working on for the 6 months before I left my job. And so it was the big one. It was the one that I was really focused on. And so really that was completed in like an hour before work and whatever time I could spare after work or on my weekends. But over those 6 months, because again, I was like learning, I was pushing myself. So that piece was, like I said, I painted in layers, kind of like I do here. I actually sanded those layers, wet sanded the layers of paint in between, because I wanted things to be like super, super smooth. And so if you see it in person, it's really, really beautiful. I appreciate the kind words, Flo. And I'm glad your dad liked it, but it is really beautiful. And so we'll call that my experimental phase of learning oils. But it was a really good experience to do that one. And I probably should make, I used to sell some prints of it at some local events when I was first starting. I don't have those up on my website, but I probably should put them back because people really seem to like that one in particular. And that whole series of work, I probably should put some prints available up there. So, but thank you, Flo. Thanks very much. The actual picture, so I work, you know, I always have worked from my own references. I will say I actually did an earlier version of that painting that was, and this is maybe a good lesson for anybody listening out there, or, you know, whatever. I had this giant canvas, like 3 feet tall. And first of all, I'd never really worked on canvas. And I gave it a shot in acrylics before I tried the oils at that time. So again, I'm like in my mid 30s, and I still have it upstairs. I gave it a shot, and my goodness, it's terrible. It's terrible. And so it's 3 feet tall, and it was a terrible version of that painting in acrylic. And there were a few major problems with it. I didn't draw it correctly. You know, just everything was very flat. It was a struggle. And so I don't remember how much time passed between that experiment and then deciding I'm going to try oils. And I'm really glad that I did. And then from that oil painting experience, then I was able to come back later and try to recalibrate how I did my acrylics, not trying to make them look like oils, but trying to take what I thought was good about the oils, and for me that was the layering. So, but yeah, that was a terrible. Hi, Cupie, how are you? It's so nice to see you. I hope you had a good day off or yesterday. Did you have the day off yesterday? Actually, maybe that was your Monday. I wanted to ask you, Cupie, if you ever got your prints. So I just sent my mom Kim's. What is it that you use to mix your paint again? Oh, the medium. This. It is the golden acrylic satin medium. So. Anyway, let me know, Cupie, if you ever got your prints, because I send those via snail mail when you get the small ones, and that just keeps everything more affordable for everybody. But I do want to make sure that you got it, so do let me know. You did? Oh, okay. I'm so glad. And you did have yesterday off. Okay, super. I'm so glad you got the prints. You're very, very sweet. And I'm so glad that you liked them. And I totally meant what I said in my message to you, Cupie, because you're amazing. And yeah, totally meant that. So anyway, thank you for that. All right, so I'm just gonna keep going on here and painting some highlights. And Cupie, I was saying, because Plo made a very kind comment about that oil painting that I did with the girl at the concession stand. And I was saying that I actually, I had done an earlier version of that painting. You had a frame hanging around that nothing had, and it was perfectly sized. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Kiwi, welcome. You can't stay long today, but just wanted to stop in and say hi. I think I missed you right at the end on Saturday, Kiwi, so I apologize for that. I had not taken a break, like I keep promising people that I will take a break, and so I was feeling a little bit woozy by the end. So I didn't stay quite as long as I normally would, but I appreciate it, so thank you so much. Cupie, thank you again for that. And so yeah, so I did an earlier version of that in acrylics that stunk, and I still have it. And part of the reason that it stunk, and part of the reason that I try to say in here, if you're gonna try something new, start small, is I did so I worked from my own reference photo for that oil painting, right? But I attempted to paint it on canvas, which I'd never really done before. I'd never really worked on canvas. I always worked on panels. So I attempted to paint it on a canvas that was 3 feet tall, and it's bad. It's real bad. Already got to go study, but have a great day. Thank you so much, Kiwi, and thank you for the kind comment. Your health comes first. I appreciate it. Somebody remind me around the 3-hour mark that I need to take a break, because that's when I start to wear down after that. And it seems to be very obvious to people, because I had people telling me that I had never met before Saturday to go hydrate. So I think we all have that piece of work. Plo, I have so many of those works. But that one in particular, I feel like was one where I, because that painting was bad, it was just straight up bad. And that was one where I felt like, and like I said, I don't remember how much time passed between that and my next attempt at the one that you saw, to paint in oils. And I did that one slowly over the course of many months, trying to teach myself to paint in oils. And now, you know, like, at the time, I just thought it was beautiful. And then I won I won second place in the competition with it. And I was just very, 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 very proud of what I was able to accomplish. And even today, when I share it, people seem to really love it. So I hit it right. So it's a a sign, I guess, that don't give up. Like if you give something a go and you think it stinks, like just try it again, right? Try it again, try a different approach, maybe give it some time in between. And you don't have to try to fix the one that you started necessarily. You can try from scratch. Maybe you try a different medium, maybe you try a different surface, maybe you try one thing that I did change actually from my original photo, and I think it makes a huge difference in the painting, was and I don't have it down here anymore, but we'll show it again at some point. It is on my TikTok, on my little slideshow for the last thing that I posted. But it, if you remember, the above the girl to the left, there is a signboard with like all the food that's listed. That was not in my photo reference. I found that elsewhere and I put it in there as a secondary thing, and it balanced out the piece much better than what I had before, which was just a blank wall up there. So so that was one of the things again that I learned during that time is since I try really hard, and I'm not as formal as a lot of people are, but I try really hard to make sure that everything looks balanced in my pieces. And I don't have a real like scientific explanation for what creates a sense of balance, although there are a lot more educated people who'd be able to explain that. But for me, I do just try to make sure that everything feels balanced, from left to right, from top to bottom, from, you know, these are a little bit different because I center them, and so, but when I do that, what I typically do for my ice creams is I typically center the cone, right? And then balance is key. That's right, Plo. I typically center the cone. I'll actually take a tape measure and make sure that this panel is 12 inches across, right? So I'll actually take a tape measure usually and make sure that the center of my cone is at 6 inches. I will also double check that by making sure that this end of the cone and this end of the cone have roughly the same amount of white space on each side. And then I will check up here, and I don't make sure things are exactly in the right place. I just mostly have like this feel of the balance, but I will measure occasionally and see that, you know, at least this is relatively close to this. And so, you know, this might be off and this might be off, that is okay. But if this is close to this and this is the same as this, to me, that feels balanced when I look at it. And so every piece is a little bit different, but I do aim for balance. I don't always get it right, but I really do try. Your dad was sending you all these reference photos and you were trying to figure out how to balance things. Yeah, sometimes, you know, reference photos are tricky, right? Because you might have to make changes to actually make them work for you. They might not straight away, even with cropping, they might not straight away make sense as a painting. And so you'll just have to experiment. But like I said, I have sometimes when I photograph like ice cream in particular, I go in and I don't do this with everything, but sometimes I will try to, in Photoshop, actually warp my ice cream cone a little bit to try to adjust this shape so that it feels more balanced with my cone itself. Sometimes I'll pull elements from other photos into it and try to add those as well. So whatever I need to do to create a sense of balance. And sometimes I can't really add anything into my photo because I don't want to take up super amounts of time in Photoshop. So I'll just try to fix it in the painting, but I try to avoid that whenever I can. There was one with a paddle and you were cropping it and trying to do the 2/3 ratio thing. Yeah, there's definitely, you know, like the golden triangle and the ratio, whatever. I mean, there's lots of rules out there that exist. I'm not as well studied on them as other people. And so I kind of just have my own rule set of what feels balanced to me. But you know, it might be some, like, I guess what I do, I kind of do what I do when I paint, with my photos is I will analyze them for quite a while. Sometimes I will stand back several feet from the computer to try to see if it looks balanced, if my final photo looks balanced. Just see what I need to change. So I do a lot of analysis. I try not to jump into doing my paintings too quickly before I have fixed things. So like when I did these ones, I'm going to show this one. So this one's a little bit odd, right? Because it still, to me, looks balanced. I don't need it to be identical on the left and right sides. It still looks balanced. Why is that? So part of it is the cone is balanced on the left and right down at the bottom here. So I have the same amount of white space in each. But I'm going to just point out, again, this is just my opinion of what makes this balanced, is even though this is heavier over here, this drip mark leans to the right. And so those two kinds of shapes, they visually offset things to me to make this feel balanced. And so again, I don't have like a super scientific answer to that. I'm sure I am probably subconsciously obeying some of those rules like Flo mentioned there. But yeah, so so it's just a different way of looking at things. And that just comes with, for me, just, like doing it a lot. The past few days I've been thinking about how I would absolutely love to paint one of your dad's photos, but it is daunting because I'm scared to not do it justice. I understand, but don't think of it that way. So, just like I said, maybe I do need to show, I have to dig it out because it is buried behind stuff, but maybe I need to show y'all that bad painting that I did of the concession stand. And then the subsequent one that I did that turned out just 100 times better. So again, and that was just me in part paying attention to making the drawing more accurate, making, scaling things down, because I thought I had to work in a giant size because that's what artists did, right? So I tackled this huge canvas and shouldn't have done that. So yes, so maybe I'll try to find that QP. Maybe at the very least, it's hard to show something that large on here, but maybe at the very least I could take a photo of it so that you could at least try to see the photo next to the other one. You were trying to predict what it was before you said it. Is that right? Oh, for the balance on the cone? Is that what you're referring to? Yeah. So yeah, I don't have, I think that I've gone into the ice cream over the years. And that is one reason why I will say, I think that a lot of people, food painters and non-food painters, try to tackle organic things like ice cream and struggle with it. And so a lot of it, it's certainly painting technique, but sometimes it's not understanding how to balance something that's organic. I don't know if it's just organic, if it's limited to organic, but my sense of balance in a piece is just instinct at this point. So I don't really have a science other than, again, I use a tape measure to measure things out. So question, gel medium is different. Yes, gel medium is very, very different. So gel medium is a very thick substance that is more if you want to retain your brush strokes flow. So, people have different purposes for that. It depends on your painting style. This is the satin glazing medium, and they also have one that's a gloss glazing medium, and I think you can get a matte one as well. Those are primarily to increase the working time of your paint and to be able to increase the flow, they call it, the flow of your paint. So yeah, so that's really what those are used for. Gel mediums, they have a myriad of other purposes. So you find contrast details too early and balance composition are your struggle. Yeah, I totally get that, QP. You had a bunch of your grandfather's art stuff when he passed. I wasn't sure if it was the same. Yeah, I understand that. Liquitex gloss gel medium never opened. So So that might be, when you paint in acrylics, you can, at the end of your process, seal it with something. Some artists use a gel medium to do that. I don't. I used to seal it with something that was actually discontinued. But now I just rely on, because I don't use any water in my paint, now I just rely on the paint itself and this. And so I will often coat my painting at the end with just this straight and let it dry, 1 or 2 coats. And that to me just kind of holds everything together so that I don't have any doubts about the structural quality of my painting. But everybody's different. But yeah, the gel medium, you know, you can Google that and find lots of different purposes for gel medium flow. But if you're trying to do something realistically, it's probably not the medium that you would go for unless you were using it to seal things at the end. The reason that I don't do that is because it ends up being like this very heavy coat of acrylic, and it just takes away the feel of it being a painting. Then it just really looks like a big piece of plastic. So I don't like to use it, but that's just my, yeah, you can find it on Amazon Pro, or most, you know, major like art suppliers. And there's, for every company that there is, like you said, that's Liquitex. Liquitex has their own satin glazing medium. So whatever your paint is, I would suggest trying to match your medium to your paint, just for simplicity. I don't generally cross them. Even though I've used a few in my day, I don't generally cross brands. You probably can, but I just don't. So anyway, so I'm gonna come in here. I'm just gonna keep building up some of these brighter, lighter layers. I probably need to turn my panel again here. And Kewpie, to answer you're not sure if Windsor, I'm sure they do. I'm sure they do. If they have an acrylic brand, then I'm sure they have something, Flo. You find, just to go back to your question or your comment, Kewpie, I find contrast details too early and balance composition are your struggle points. So, so I'm not sure if I have any magical insight to that. Hi, Mound. How are you? Welcome. Hope you had a nice day yesterday, Mound. Welcome back. So I mean, I guess I would say initially to start by making sure that your composition is correct. And so that means making sure that either your still life setup or your, you know, whatever kind of setup you're using, or your reference photograph or whatever, that is correct. So I would say your composition to create that sense of balance has to come first. Then your structure of the painting. And by that, you know, like when I go in here and I find all of the complicated shapes first, right? And try to create some sense of what the form is supposed to look like, you know, but in a non-committal kind of way. So that would be my second thing for that. And then come in and start, you know, the contrast and the details, definitely, you know, those come last, I guess, really. The contrast is something that I'm building up now. The details really are something that, you know, I have some details in here, but really I don't come in until like the very, very end stages, once I'm sure that everything is in its right place, that it feels like it has some sense of dimension and shape, and then I come in and add the details. So again, everybody's process might vary a little bit, I guess. It depends, but I would say keep things like find your composition first, and then keep things a little bit non-committal so it can be a little bit organic as you go. I've been trying to do more time sketches so I can start focusing on the bigger picture. Nice, that is very good. yes, I think that that's a good way, because if you do a timed sketch, then you only have so many minutes, right? Only have so many minutes to get down your entire composition. So yeah, that's definitely a great approach for that. And again, it's for me, like I say, sometimes I say that I'm painting, you know, a bunch of abstract shapes, right? And I'm trying to make sure that they come together eventually to form the ice cream. And again, I've used this term called the gestalt, which again, I'm not sure I'm saying it correctly, but it basically is, you look at the whole of the parts of the whole. So I'm looking at all of these pieces individually as I go, all of these sections as I go, and then I lean back a lot. So you'll see me lean back a lot, right? Because I want to see the whole thing to make sure that it's all coming together. And sometimes it's not. Sometimes I have something wrong where I get too into the details of this and it's not making something look cohesive. So yeah, that's a great way. That is a great way. Time sketches. I like that very much. I like that very much. And Flo, you've done time sketches as well. Go to Tim Hortons and do time sketches from, what does that mean? From Line of Action. Oh, Line of Action. People have put that link in here before, right? That's like a place for reference photos. Is that what that is? I'd not heard of it until I'm here, but until I was here on Twitch. So, but yeah, that's very, very good practice. Certainly very good practice. And I've said that that was the one thing, not the one thing, but one thing when I did like the caricatures at Disney World. The best thing probably that I learned from those was time limits, because I had 3 minutes, 6 minutes, and 9 minutes, depending on what kind of project they asked me for. And that wasn't just like the impetus for that was both to keep my job and also because I worked on commission. So I had to stick to 3 minutes, 6 minutes, 9 minutes, can't go over. So, you know, like it was challenging to do that. And I never really done that ever before in my life. So you can change the timer length or turn it off completely too. Yeah, right. Very, very cool. And yeah, I'll have to look at it, Plo, because I've not seen it before, but I am very curious about it. So anyway, yeah, the time limits definitely was the best thing that I took probably out of that job. And like I said, it's tough. 3 minutes is not much time, right? 3 minutes is not much time to draw a black and white face of somebody. And you know, my boss at the time, I mentioned in here, when I did that at Disney, you're not actually employed by Disney. It's a third party company. And so, you know, the third party company that I worked for to do the caricatures was different from the third party company that I worked for to do the silhouettes. And she was always my boss was always very, what do I want to say? She wanted to make sure that she was both being a profitable business and adhering to Disney quality, because if she didn't, which meant if she didn't hold us accountable for what we were doing, then she could lose her contract, right? So she wanted to make sure that she could keep her contract with Disney, and that meant that we had to all step up and be able to do that time management practice. So if you can imagine, I mean, there were certain things like we didn't actually have to process their transactions when I did the caricatures. We would write them a ticket and they would go and have to cash out at a register across from where we were. And but, you know, if I'm doing 3 minutes, if I'm doing a caricature of someone's face in 3 minutes on a busy day when it's hot, and we were not getting many breaks, and because again, third party company, there would be a line of people and I would be pumping them out. You think 3 minutes out of like 60 minutes. So let's say 5 minutes just by the time the whole transaction is done for us. That's a lot of faces to draw in an hour after hour after hour after hour. So it definitely kept this clock going in my head for all of those things. It was a fine balance by the sounds of it. For options, it's got figures, animals, hands, feet, faces, expression, basic shapes, and still life scenes and environments. That's really neat. I'm really gonna have to check this out, Cupie. I'm very, very curious. What was the original purpose for this site? Does anybody know what that would be? Like, was it designed specifically for artists, or is it more like a stock imagery site where, you know, like a Shutterstock or something like that? All right, so I'm just gonna keep going along in here. I am doing pretty good, I think, on my highlights. I am gonna go in and try to just kind of accentuate a little bit of these shadows and warmth. It was specifically designed for artists. That's really neat, Flo. That is really neat. Yeah, definitely gonna have to check that out. So thank you. Thank you for sharing. Are there limits? Just out of curiosity, are there limits on what you can do with the images? Like, is it mostly for, like, do they have, like, how do they make their money, I guess is my question. How do they make their money on the site to keep it going? According to their site, globally, okay. So it's mostly for educational purposes then. It says line of action students have put in. So for educational purposes, is that what it's intended for? Started in 2008, owned and operated by one woman. Is that right? That's really neat. For artists, by an artist. That's really neat. Do they have like I guess when I'm saying how do they make their money, do they make their money from licensing fees if you had other purposes for the images, or do they make their money from like ads or something like that, or donations? I'm just going to mix up a little bit more of this kind of a color so I can come back in and do a little bit more on my highlights. Very much for educational purposes. Oh, they have subscriptions. I see. Lots of free stuff, and they have ads. Okay, gotcha. That's really neat. That's a really neat structure. Probably would have enjoyed that back in the day when I was in school. So I like taking my own photos now, but I also have a different, purpose for them now. But certainly when I was, garnering more and more practice, that would have probably been very, very useful. So I'm going to go in here and refine a lot of these shadow areas. But I do think that adding these extra highlights is starting to cool this down and starting to make this like a really nice shape, really nice implication of form. There's a super interesting and extensive about section on the site. Super awesome. I learned about it from school. Very cool. Just to make sure you're out in public. Okay, good to know. Thank you, Flo, for the warning there. So back in the day when I was in school, we did have actually a lot of nude models that we had to draw, and some of that made me a bit uncomfortable, let's just say. And one time I remember, to go back to my caricature days at Disney, I remember I didn't take a lot of breaks, but I was in the break room, after a shift or during a shift. And this commercial came on TV. And I saw this guy in the commercial. I'm like, boy, he looks so familiar. Where do I know him from? And I just could not figure it out. And then I figured out it's because he was one of the models in my classes. So yeah, there were reasons that I didn't recognize him when he was, you know, fully dressed. Anyway, so yeah, that's the figure drawing classes from school. Yeah, right. That's right. His job started in the classroom, and then he was in a commercial. So, hi, Fran. How are you? Welcome in. It's so nice to see you. How was your day yesterday? And Pran, if I remember correctly, you're in India, right? And so it is very, very late where you are right now. But we appreciate it so much, you stopping in. So when I get in here a little bit more, as I get to some of these transition areas, I'll come in and I'll fix it. But, you know, like when you said your day is good. I'm glad, Pran. Very good. When you get a little too into like the details too soon, Cupie, it's kind of hard to see on the stream because it is what it is. I can see it when I'm here close up, but I still don't consider some of this to be like super detailed because my transition areas are too hard. So I'm gonna need to go in and kind of soften like between this area and this area. I just wanna make sure, like my mindset is, I guess, if I can make sure that everything kind of looks good enough from a distance, then I come back and I try to fix some of the things after I get to that stage. Life hack for anyone using mobile, you can zoom in on the stream and take a closer look at the art. Can you? I didn't know that. Well, that's mildly terrifying. But thank you very much, Cupie, for sharing. Is it in focus? We do always worry about that if you zoom in too close. I am curious. But anyway, so yeah, for some of these transition areas, I'm definitely going to go in and, you know, just kind of clean things up as I go. But I just want to make sure that the implication of all of these forms are in here before I start to do that. So I'm going to head back up here. And I just want to head in here. So I'm just going to turn it right side up just to take a peek. Oh, good. In focus. Thank you very much, Cupie. I appreciate it. So yeah, so it's starting to look a lot better. Your time is midnight, Pran? That's late. I appreciate you being here, even if it's only for a little while. So thank you very much for stopping in. That is late. I typically actually do stay up fairly late. Midnight is a good day if I can get to bed around midnight. That's my preference. But I still appreciate you very much being here because you didn't have to stay up that late for us, but you did. So I appreciate it. All right. So I want to make sure, kind of when I did like this one, you know, which I still haven't painted the white background on yet. I haven't done that. But this area here where I just thought it looked so beautiful in the painting, I want to make sure that I can kind of get everything in this one to be at that level. So we're going to push hard for that today to try to get everything, particularly right here. This is like this very lovely, complicated area. You have a Twitch friend that's in Sweden and regularly goes to bed at 4 a.m. Oh, wow, yeah, well, I mean, if their schedule's off, I guess if they sleep late, that's okay. Artfully Ariel, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Welcome in. So, thank you so much for stopping in today. Yeah, so I really want this part of the painting to look particularly beautiful because it's so complicated, and it's really easy to get lazy in an area like this and just try to, rush through it, because I think the reason, at least for me, is that it sometimes feels so overwhelming that you're like, well, geez, if I just do a few marks in here, that's going to be sufficient, right? And what ends up happening is it ends up looking like the weakest part of your painting. So I want to make it the most beautiful part of my painting. And that's just going to take some time and effort. Flo, you usually go to bed, 3 a.m. That's right, because your husband works late, right? So I understand. When my husband worked at Disney, depending on where he worked, he had all different kinds of crazy shifts. So sometimes he'd go in at 6 a.m. and sometimes he would work until 2 or 3 a.m. And so I had to somehow adjust my schedule in accordance for that. And so sometimes I would be like giving him his dinner at like 2 or 3 in the morning when he came home. And so that was an experience to do that for a few years. World Cup time, I am sleeping. Okay, Pran. All right, so again, I just want to go in and I'm just going to try. What I'll do is come in here and work on things such a little bit. Oh, thank you so much, Artfully Ariel. I really appreciate it. You found me on your lunch break. I love it. Thank you so much. And you'll be lurking. Thank you very, very much. Yeah, we try to go really realistic. And so this is like a little one that we finished in here a couple of weeks ago, or last week, I guess. We did a little group of 3 of these. And we finished, these are 16 by 12s. We've done a bunch of these over the last month that I've been in here. So we just bounce all around. And then sometimes we do little studies like this little frosting study, which is supposed to be a little trompe-l'oeil piece. And, it's very flat, but we do all kinds of fun little projects in here. But I do say that I make happy art. So that is what I try to do, make art that's very happy and nostalgic. But thank you again very much, Artfully Ariel. I really appreciate it. Okay, so I'm just going to hop in here and again, just try to get a little bit, of this detail in. I do think that it's very, very easy to get lost. So what I do is just try to find, I will say, some of the things that I consider to be the most significant or important marks in here, and then I will let it dry. And come back to it to try to finish out some of the more complex areas, I guess, where things need to be refined a little bit further. So like right here is a little bit of a confusing area. I can see this mark here is essentially, you can't see my screen here, is essentially this part right here on my picture, which means this part below it also needs to have a bit of a highlight. And I can at least clean that up a little bit now. And then under here, I don't actually have the drawing correct here, so I can see that I need to come in here and try to clean that up as well. So I'll come back and fix like this shape, not quite right. This, not quite right in here. I will come back and fix that after this dries, because that's the way acrylics work, right? We want to fix it after it dries. So let's push this back just so y'all can see it again a little bit better. And just come in here a little bit. Again, this is like the heavier place where I know that this shape needs more of a highlight. And I know this little shape does too. And the rest of that I'm probably gonna let dry. So I'll hop down here a little bit. So I know that, or I believe that for anybody out there, that San Diego Comic-Con took place this weekend, and they announced all kinds of things at San Diego Comic-Con. Did anybody see anything or hear any announcements? I did not get to see much. I used to go a long time ago when it was small to MegaCon, which was in Orlando, and when I went, it was not super crowded. Now it's like the third largest Comic-Con in the country. And so I'm very pleased that I got to go for a number of years and meet some of the creators and, you know, sometimes some actors and things. The last year that we went, it was starting to get so crowded that we left after like an hour. So was there a Spaceballs panel, Plo? I loved the original Spaceballs. It was one of the few movies I ever saw in the movie theater. And I loved it so much that I bought the book form when I was like in second grade, I think. Second or third grade, whatever year that was. I bought the little paperback book form, which I still have. Of Spaceballs. And I will tell you, my husband does not like it at all. He said he saw parts of it over his lifetime. And even though he's into a lot of the same stuff as me, he just does not like Spaceballs very much. That's cute that it was making fun of the MCU timeline, though. I am very curious, and yeah, I would like to see it. So anyway, I saw the part of the panel for the Dune movie, and you know, I have liked a lot of the MCU movies. I'm not sure how I'll feel about that particular one, but I did enjoy. They had a little segment with Ryan Reynolds dressed as Deadpool pop in there, and that was really cute. So I did enjoy seeing that. But yes, they always have a lot of fun stuff that gets announced there. I know, Cupie, the other week we talked about the movie that I said was so good. I don't know if you ever got a chance to see it, but the Project Hail Mary that had Ryan Gosling in it. And so they did have Ryan Gosling on there. I guess he's going to be Ghost Rider in one of the MCU movies. So he says that he's always wanted to play Ghost Rider, which I thought was really kind of odd because I believe that his wife was in the original Ghost Rider movie with Nicolas Cage that was a number of years back. So he must have been a big Ghost Rider fan, I guess. They were like, here's phase 2, and then they went through to like phases 6 through with 20. Oh, that's cute. With the Spaceball movie. That's cute, Plo. I'm trying to think who I've met when I went to those. Met a number of comic book creators. And again, this was like at a time when this was not a big thing. People were not going to these conventions very much. And so there were no lines for any of the comic book creators back in those days. And so I met a number of those artists, and I've said that I have not seen that yet, but I did see the Ryan Gosling announcement, and I think I saw that he'd been saying he wanted it for a long time. Yeah, it makes me wonder if, I just think that's a really odd coincidence if he's really wanted to play Ghost Rider for a long time and he married the woman from the original Ghost Rider movie. So it makes me wonder if that was something that they had in common, I guess. So anyway, but he's, I did not realize he was such a good actor, actually. And maybe it was a plan. There you go. I did not realize he was such a good actor until relatively recently. And I had seen a couple of his films over the years. And then I saw him in the Barbie movie, and I actually thought he was hilarious in that. So so that was one reason why I thought, well, I will check out Project Hail Mary and just see. And I actually think that Project Hail Mary has become my favorite movie of all time, which is saying something because I like a lot of movies. So anyway, still highly recommended for anybody who hasn't seen it yet. My husband is a big Ghost Rider fan though, so I'm hopeful that they do the Ghost Rider movie justice, because he you know, he likes a lot of the Marvel movies, and then sometimes he's like, oh, they ruined my childhood. So anyway, he was so good in the Barbie movie, right? Winning the award for a movie about women. He was like, why me? Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, I was very, very surprised. I guess I had a different impression of him because I just hadn't seen many things. One of the people who runs our local Comic-Con is actually the comic book artist for Kevin Smith's comics. Is that right? And some Archie comics. How cool is that? What is his name? I'm curious, Flo, if you know it. We used to like watching, I believe this was on AMC a number of years ago. We used to watch The Walking Dead show when that was on AMC for a long time, and I think we didn't really watch toward the end, but my husband really loves The Walking Dead, so he's read like all of the comics, and the right after Walking Dead, they had a little talk show, and then they had another show that was on that was about Kevin Smith's comic book store. Andrew Thomas. Yeah, my husband might know who that is. I'm just curious. They had a show that was on, I believe it was called Comic Book Men, and they were the people who ran Kevin Smith's comic book store, the one that he owns, and one of them that ran the store, I remember his name was Walt Flanagan, and he did some of the art for Kevin Smith's comics actually also over the years. So I was just curious if maybe that was someone, but I believe that's in a different city, and you're in Canada, right, Flo? So, oh my gosh, you love The Walking Dead? Is that right? You used to watch with your dad up until Glenn, and then you stopped. Oh no, that was terrible, wasn't it, Cupid? It was terrible. Yeah, no, my husband started reading it originally when it came out, but not until issue maybe, I don't know, it was somewhere around The Governor, I think. So maybe like issue 50 or 60. And then he went back and bought like the trades of the old books so that he could read them. And now he's rereading it in color. They're reprinting it, so he's rereading that in color. But yeah, so he really loved the Walking Dead book, and the Walking Dead show. It's a little bit different, but it was really, really good, and it was pretty impressive, I think. So Ming Chen has come to your Comic-Con the last 2 years. Is that right? Ming Chen, for anybody who doesn't know, from that show that I just mentioned, Comic Book Men, he was one of the comic book men that ran Kevin Smith's comic book store. So that's really funny, Flo. Yeah, I have, like I've said this before, but I did not really read comics when I was younger. I didn't really have access to a comic book store, but my husband read a lot. And then, you know, I was always interested in comic book characters. So I loved the Batman cartoon in the 90s. That was one of my favorites. And then he introduced me to comic books, and I still don't get to read as much. I've gone through periods where I read a lot, and then I kind of take a break, but he's very selective about what he reads, and so he's very educated in that way. Funny story, when you were maybe 7, you were traumatized by accidentally seeing a minute of comedy zombie movie at a Halloween party, snuck downstairs, and then The Walking Dead is what got me over my fear years later. That is funny. And terrible at the same time, QP. So there was years ago a comic book that I suppose would be considered the precursor to The Walking Dead, that was also by the author who's Robert Kirkman. Oh, I think it was Zombieland. Yeah, I've heard of that. I don't know if I've ever actually seen Zombieland. But Robert Kirkman is the writer for Walking Dead, or was the writer for Walking Dead. But before that, I believe he wrote in the Marvel universe something called Marvel Zombies. And I think he wrote the first series of Marvel Zombies. I don't remember if he made any of the subsequent ones or not. Then they recently turned kind of a loose version of that into a cartoon that's on Disney Plus, which is actually very good, but it's not exactly following like the Marvel Zombies book. So you love Zombieland, Flo? Yeah, I don't know which one. Tell me which one that was. That's not the one that has. I'm probably mixing this up. There's one that has like Woody Harrelson. Is that Zombieland? The one that had Woody Harrelson, and then there was a scene that had Bill Murray in it. You didn't get the humor part at that age. I understand, QP. I don't know if that's Zombieland or if that's something else that I'm thinking of. I know there was one that they discovered Bill Murray, who was actually supposed to be playing Bill Murray. Is that the one? Oh, okay. I did like that one then, because I remember there was that scene that they found Bill Murray, who was actually Bill Murray, and I think they accidentally killed him like in the movie. So I'm a big Bill Murray fan. So I kind of dig his humor, I guess. Yeah. I agree, Plo. That was hilarious. One of my favorite movies is Groundhog Day, actually. So that's probably my favorite Bill Murray movie. But you know, I also have my Ghostbusters and stuff too. So the second one was funny. It brings up Bill Murray a bit too. Oh, is that right? I never saw the second one. That's funny though. It's funny that he's a good sport about it. That's cute. That he can take himself, I mean, I guess he's a comedian, right? So it fits. But that's cute. Yeah, I know there's so many things that I haven't seen over the years, right? I'm pretty good with anything that's not straight up like slasher films. I don't like slasher films or slasher TV shows or whatever. But you know, kind of psychological drama with a little bit of a horror twist, like a Walking Dead. Those I can handle. So yeah, good shows. Good show. I kind of have always liked kind of the silly low budget shows that get made occasionally for various networks. And so I was just thinking, because I was thinking back to MegaCon when I went, and there was a show that was on years ago on the Sci-Fi Channel, which I don't even know. Do they have the Sci-Fi Channel anymore? But it was called Warehouse 13, and that was I dug Warehouse 13. It was really a very cute show where they would find artifacts that were kind of imbued with some kind of magic for some reason all over the world, and archive them. And I just thought it was just really cute. And I got to see a panel of all of the actors I remember from Warehouse 13 at MegaCon that year. Which my husband very kindly put up with, sitting through the panel with me. Did you love that show too, Flo? That's really funny. Well, that makes me feel better, because he always gave me weird looks for liking that show. So I liked Warehouse 13 very much. Yeah, so I was thrilled when I got to go to the panel and, you know, just see the actors there. I thought that was really cute. Warehouse 13, you were also big into Haven and Sanctuary. Yes, I never watched those ones. I did like Eureka. Did you watch Eureka? So I would say Eureka and Warehouse 13. Those were my two favorites on the Sci-Fi Network during that time. I don't know. I just thought they were like quirky and imaginative, and I think Haven and Sanctuary, are they more serious? I didn't think that they were. Maybe with that quirky quality. Maybe that's why I never checked them out. I also really liked, I think there's a new one of this, and I don't even know what network it's on, but the The Librarians. Did anybody watch The Librarians? I watch all these kind of weird, obscure shows. So, Defiance. No, I never saw Defiance either. And you got to see a panel in Toronto with them. Is that right? That's cool. Yeah, I've heard of it before, but I've never seen that one. It's cool when you get to see one of those things. And yes, you remember Eureka. Yeah, so I don't know. I enjoyed those. I actually, if we want to go a little bit bigger budget, I used to like, when I was growing up, I loved watching Star Trek: The Next Generation. And then I kind of followed it, for many years. And for me, that's probably the best Star Trek show. But they had a panel one year, and I didn't end up going. But they did have a panel of all of the actors from Star Trek: The Next Generation that was going to be at MegaCon. And I did seriously consider it. But they were going to charge like $250 just to get in the door to the panel. Like, not for anything else. Just to get in the door for the panel. And I was like, man, I might love Jean-Luc Picard, but that's a little high for me. So I did get to meet Data once, though. I do have his autograph. I remember I went to a baseball game with my husband, and it rained, and it was a spring training game, and it rained, and I looked absolutely terrible because my hair gets real fuzzy when I get rain in it, especially in Florida because of the humidity. And then I met Data afterwards, shortly, like a couple hours later, and I'm sure I looked just wrecked that whole time. And I thought it was funny because I got his autograph, and he was incredibly kind, and way too kind. I think he might have felt bad for me. But he was way too kind. And then I remember I was talking to my mom on the phone, and I told her that I met Data. She never watched any of these shows, but she knew because I had watched Star Trek for so long. And she's like, the real Data? Like, yeah, Mom, the real Data. I met the real Data. So, did I ever watch Farscape? No, I didn't. But again, I've heard of it before. And I want to say there is a famous... Is that the one that... No, maybe that's another one. I was going to say there's a famous comic book writer that I think wrote that, but I think that was Babylon 5. I am not as versed on either of those shows, though. I did like... oh, crap. Now I'm not going to think of it. Battlestar Galactica. Did anybody watch Battlestar Galactica? I'm again showing my age a little bit. Not the one from the 70s, although I've seen that one too, but the one from the 2000s. So I'll call that one a very good, sophisticated sci-fi show if you've never seen it. And I think it's one of the most beautifully written sci-fi shows, but that's just my opinion. Has this kind of like perfect story arc through the whole, I just bumped my camera, but this perfect story arc through the whole, like 5 seasons or whatever it ran. So, but I binge watched them like after they were on. And so that was a recommendation from somebody that I had worked with that she thought that I would enjoy that. So if you like cheesy sci-fi, go back and watch the 80s version of V. I believe that my husband watched that maybe when he was a kid. In fact, I think that he has a comic book of V, and I've never watched it, but yes, I've definitely heard of V. Sometimes I watch things because like I said, I like superhero stuff, so occasionally I will tune on superhero stuff. Sometimes it's cheesy, sometimes it's actually really, really good. So not always a cheesy thing. I think that one of my favorite shows, actually, yes, I've heard of it with Robert Englund. He was Freddy, right? And Michael Ironside, that's funny. Yeah, maybe I'll have to maybe check that out sometime, Flo. Yeah, so there's a lot of shows. Like I said, when I started painting, I would often put on shows in the background and paint while I watched. I have stopped doing that for the most part, because I have found that it does slow me down. Even if I've seen the show before, or the movie or whatever, occasionally I can get away with it. But for whatever reason, talking on here does not seem to slow me down as much. But watching something in the background, even, it does tend to slow me down. So I try not to do it. But I did push through a lot of shows over the years doing that before. So yeah. But my husband and I, we try often, like at night, because sometimes I work very late, and we try to often, find something that we both enjoy that we can watch. Not every night, but we watch other things, because we watch wrestling from AEW. But sometimes we will find a really good show. There's some really good ones on Disney Plus that have come out. The Daredevil show was really good for anybody who hasn't seen it. Andor is for any Star Wars fans. Andor is a great show on Disney Plus, and that one was probably one of my favorites as of recently. But things like that. But we try to watch one, as we wind down the night, I guess. So. And the new X-Men cartoon is up there too, for anybody who hasn't. I used to watch the original X-Men cartoon. Is that right, Flo? Aw, that's not fair. Well, sometimes it's fair. Sometimes it's fair. I used to watch the original X-Men cartoon on Saturday mornings, on my Saturday morning cartoons. And so the fact that now they're making the new X-Men cartoons that are kind of based on that, I just think is really funny. And it's very, very good. And they do a good job with it. But I just think it's funny that, that's like what my original Saturday morning cartoons were. All right, so I'm doing pretty good on this. What we're gonna do is just do a little bit more, and then I'm going to let this dry, and I'm gonna hop down to the bottom here. And yeah, there's some older people that are there who are actually still very good Plo, but there's a lot of younger people too, and we really like it. Just generally, I think they do really good matches. So we stayed up late watching the pay-per-view for AEW last night, and yeah, for the most part, not everything's great. Kind of like everything, right? Not everything is great, but we really do like most of it for the most part. So, and actually, I think Christian is a better wrestler now in AEW than he ever was in WWE. So that's just my opinion. But he came back to it, and he was like, I don't know. He changed a lot about what he did, and yeah, I think he's better now. The Hardys are no longer there, by the way, so. But Jericho is. And Jericho still probably is probably my favorite wrestler of all time, I think. But I remember watching him way back. Hi, Living in Shapes. How are you? Welcome in. He was underused in WWE for sure. Yeah, I agree. Is that right? Yeah, that's around the time we stopped watching Tupelo, and then we came back to it, years later, and would we'd go in and out, and but now we're pretty consistent with AEW. So, Living in Shapes, I hope that you had a good day yesterday. Thank you so much for stopping back in. I'm just going to do a little bit more on this, and then I'm going to hop down to the cone. So you're sleeping already. Well, I'm wide awake right now. I don't remember. Please remind me, where are you in the world, Living in Shapes? I assume you're very far overseas somewhere. maybe you're just sleepy from a long day. You've been told AEW is good, but you don't get it. Yeah, you can only catch it when you're at your mom's. I understand, because you're in Canada. Yeah. Oh, Lithuania. Oh, I don't know if you did tell me that before, that you were in Lithuania. Very cool. And it's 10:30 for you. Well, we appreciate you being here, even if it's just for a little while. So thank you so much, Living in Shapes. I really appreciate it. All right, I think we're doing pretty good. Just for anybody who has just stopped in, just a reminder that on Friday, I'm going to do this for the rest of today and on Thursday. And I'm hoping that I will be done with it. But even if I'm not, on Friday, we're going to have an ice cream party. So I hope that everybody will bring their own ice cream and join me. And we'll just celebrate for a little bit before we get back into the work. I didn't eat this ice cream yet, Living in Shapes. No, I didn't. I try to resist eating my paintings. It's not really good business practice. So anyway, so no worries. But this is the one that on Friday I am, it is a butter pecan for anybody who doesn't know yet. It is a butter pecan. It was a request from the community. And it is the leftover Haagen-Dazs in my freezer, which I'm going to eat on Friday. So whatever is your favorite one that you're going to eat on Friday, I hope that you have it in stock so that you can join us. And, I just kind of think that's cute. Like, that was, first of all, that's all Kewpie, right? Because I said it as a joke. And she's like, no, let's do it. So yes, but I kind of love the idea of all of us eating ice cream all over the world together. For just a little bit of time. It's an ice cream party, but for grown-ups. So I think that's cute. We don't do enough of those kind of things anymore to connect with each other, right? So I think that'll be nice. Oh, she's so excited. I'm so glad, Kewpie. Oh, I'm Living in Shapes. You're dancing too. I love it. So yeah, tell your friends. And we'll all have ice cream together. So that'll be nice. That'll be fun. All right, so this is pretty good right now. Again, I'm going to do one quick thing that I'm just going to show you, which I've kind of shown you all before, but we'll just do a little bit here because I can see that it needs it. This is what I call my stipply brush. And so it's just a very, very rough brush that was beat up over the years. And so what I'm going to do is put a little bit of medium on there. I'm going to take a little bit of my paint. And right here where there's this shadow area, on my image, there's a lot of little marks to this left side. And I don't want to go in and make every single little mark. I've done this in a few places here, but I'm just going to show you on this example. I'm going to come in here and just try to dot a little bit with my stipply brush. Just a few little marks. I will come back and, refine this, clean it up a little bit, but it beats the heck out of trying to go in and paint every single mark. So your ankle is broken. You can only dance in emojis now. Oh, I'm so sorry, Living in Shapes. That stinks. How did you break your ankle, if you don't mind me asking? I broke my wrist last year. I fell on the ice. I've told this story. We're in upstate New York, and our February last year, we get tons and tons of snow. And in February last year, the snow kept coming down and then it would melt and coming down and then it would melt. And it made a literal sheet of ice in front of my garage door and on my steps. And so I went outside one morning thinking that I could de-ice things. And I just instantly just went down, and I had don't ever do this, by the way. And I warned Kewpie was in here. I had my hand in my pocket because it was cold, right? It's really, really cold. Had my hand in my pocket in a fist, and I went straight down on it. And I ended up, everything in here was shattered. You can see really close if you look that I have this giant scar down here and down here. And that is because they had to perform surgery on me within the week. And I have lots and lots of metal pieces in me holding myself together now. And yes, you'll always remember the warning. Don't walk with your hands in your pockets on ice or in snow. Just don't do it. And it was incredibly painful. It was incredibly painful for like a really long time. And I was still having to work. So I had this big cast on and my hand would swell up. And by the way, a part of the reason, which I didn't know at the time, that I was in so much pain was when they finally took my cast off. I guess I'm not living in shapes going through the airport. I don't know. They'd have to separate me. I haven't been flying since. So, but part of the reason it was in so much pain is because if you probably can't see this here, but these little horizontal marks that go across here, those were staples. And so when they took my cast off, I was like, my God, I'm Frankenstein, because I had 17 staples down the front of this arm and 13 staples down the back, because this very talented surgeon was able to get in there and fix everything. But incredibly, incredibly painful. And my hand would swell and I was still trying to paint. So what I would do is actually prop it up on a chair and try to elevate my hand to stop it from swelling while I painted with my right hand. And I did that for over a month. So lesson, don't walk on the ice. And if you do walk on the ice, don't keep your hands in your pockets. Learn to fall like a wrestler on your butt. So staples always look gnarly. You had 46. Oh my gosh, Plo. That is terrible. That's why I paint so well. I'm an android. That's right. I'm living in shapes. It's yes, it has strengthened my resolve, right? Now I'm an android. A little bit of a cyborg. But anyway, I do hope that your ankle heals up because that sounds just terrible. You walked on the road and still tripped. It doesn't take much, right? It's just instant. It just happens instantly. Mine was instant. It was just one, like, it was literally one step on the ice, man. And then I just went straight down. And I first went to the local, I didn't know it was that bad. I first went to the local, just gonna switch down here to the cone now. I first went to the local, you know, what do they call them? Not like a local emergency center, I guess. They, I remember I went in and I told the guy that I was like holding my wrist. I was in so much pain. I remember I told the guy I fell and that I thought something was broken, and he like looked like he was panicking. I must have looked terrible. Yes, urgent care. Thank you, Plo. I must have looked terrible because he looked mildly panicked, and he stood up and he went, "Can you move it?" And I was like, "I don't think so." And he went, No, stop. Okay. And I was like, okay, I didn't want to try. And so they took an x-ray there and told me they couldn't help me. And they sent me to the hospital. And then when I got to the hospital, I had to wait in the emergency room for 12 hours with this shattered wrist. And yeah, it was terrible. It was terrible. So it was not a fun day. So again, lesson to anybody listening out there: if you ever walk on the ice, do not put your hands in your pockets. And you broke their left hand wrist on 2 bones. One of them separated, and the doctor said it's going to be like that for the rest of your life. Is that right? That's terrible, living in shapes. I'm so sorry. Oh, that sucks. Wow, that's crazy. It was torn 6 times when you were a teen. That is terrible. And Plo, my goodness. Wow. That's crazy. Well, again, everybody wish living in shapes well, because their ankle is broken. And so we want him or her, I don't know if you're him or her living in shapes, but we want you to get better. And yes, I'm so sorry for that. So if you lift something really heavy, then it hurts. Yeah, I understand. That's terrible. That's terrible. So okay. So yes, please wish living in shapes all positive thoughts so that he can get better. And definitely, I understand. I understand and I empathize. So yeah, that is terrible. Sending all positive vibes. There you go, Flo. I remember, I don't know if anybody else had a similar experience when you had like surgery, because I didn't really have surgery before that. But when I got home after the surgery, I was like, okay, this isn't so bad, you know, like I'm okay. But they hadn't warned me that the medication was going to wear off, and the nerve stuff that they'd given me. And so around midnight, and I literally thought my arm was going to explode. The pain was so bad. I woke up crying. I never went to sleep. I got up crying and came downstairs, and I was like, somebody help me, because I was in so much pain. It was not a good experience. I try to be a pretty positive person, man, but that was not a good experience. So I try to be real careful now. And I'm going to tell you something really silly, but if you live in the cold weather, if you get any kind of ice and you want to try to reduce, like I said, we're in upstate New York, and no one warned you about the pain wave. That's right, Flo. If I live in upstate New York, and I will often talk on here about my little garden in the backyard, right? So one thing that I bought toward the end of last year, and it has been a super great investment, is something called a wrinkle. And it is a composter that I have in my home, and it's just this little automated thing. And I can put all my fruit and veggie scraps in there. They say you can put other stuff, but I just put fruit and veggie scraps in there. And what it does is it creates compost that I can then put out into my garden. But it also reduces my trash so that I don't have to take my trash down my hill to the street in the winter. So I only had to take my trash down like once a month this year, instead of last year where I had to take it down every week. So that was really great, because then I could work around the weather. So that sounds like a really silly thing, but our weather is so bad here. I've gone down there before. I have to drive the car down to get my mail. It's really bad. Yes, so I've tried to avoid whatever kind of things I need to avoid to make sure that I don't fall on the ice again. So anyway, I'm just going to go in here. We're going to blow this up just a little bit. I'm going to see if I can get any of these little shapes. I think that's not quite dark enough. I want to try to get some of these little shadow shapes in here a little better defined. And so I live in upstate New York, living in shapes. So we get about 130-ish inches of snow, I believe is what we get. And you're in West Toronto, so you kind of get the same flow, right? We do get lake effect here. Lake effect just dumps on us. And so like it's really cold. Yeah, it's really cold. Like many days below zero living in shapes. Lots of days where it is very, very cold. Very, very cold. And we get something called lake effect snow, where the snow just dumps on us for, you know, intense periods of time. And so sometimes we get, I don't know, again, just ridiculous amounts of snow all at once, several feet all at once. So it's a lot. You've seen it hit minus 40, is that right? Living in shapes. Yeah, maybe when we get closer to winter, I'll turn the camera around and be able to show you outside when we do that. So we'll see if I'm able to do that at some point. So we used to live in Florida, and I'm grateful for, you know, I do miss a lot of things about the warm weather, and it has been an adjustment to do this here. But it's intense. I mean, people live here their whole lives though, but it is intense. But I've gone down to get the mail, and I've literally like had to pull my car up and open the door and then step into like 2.5, 3 feet of snow and try not to fall as I reached for my mailbox. And I need to remind the guy who does, we did hire someone to remove our snow. I need to I need to remind him to also try to shovel out my mailbox so that I don't have to do that. Your country is like minus 36 max. I'm not great at my Celsius, so I don't know how cold that is living in shapes. But if you know how to convert that, and if anybody does, to tell me, because I am, like I said, I'm just not good at that. I need to learn. I need to just sit down for an afternoon and learn Celsius, since there's so many people who come in here that are from overseas. I don't think this is too bad, but I am going to switch to a pointier brush. So let's see. I feel like I still need to have more blue in this. And I'm going to work a little bit backwards, back and forth on this bottom part. Minus 32 Fahrenheit is minus 36. Oh, okay, that's cold. Minus 40. Oh, it's where it matches up again. Thank you, Cupie. Okay, interesting. I didn't know that. Yeah, that's very, very cold. That is very, 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 very cold. Living in shapes. Crazy. I know that we've had occasions where it's so cold I can hear the house freezing. Right? Like some of the things outside the house. Not quite that cold, but very, 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 very cold. So yeah, so, you know, every area has its advantages and disadvantages, right? Yes, thanks very much to QP and Plo for translating for me. Okay, there we go. So I'm just going to take this color, which is kind of like a reddish color. It leans a little bit toward the yellow side, I suppose. I'm just going to take this and try to draw in some of these little shapes. So, you have a condition which doesn't let you get cold if you move. So I have like a superpower? What? All right. So all I got to do is kind of go down. I need to go down this edge a little bit, and are you serious? Those limited shapes? Sometimes I don't know if people are being sarcastic with me or not. I need a translator. All right, so you are being serious? Then you're like an X-Men. You really do have a superpower. All right. Yeah, so this is a pretty decent color that's been mixed. Yeah, right? Like an X-Men. There you go. I do think this is a pretty decent color. I'm probably going to use something very similar on this section too, but let's just try this one. This is actually helping a lot. See, on Twitch you have a fancy emote that indicates sarcasm. Oh, okay. I appreciate that, Plo, because I appreciate everybody's help when you come in here and you tell me, because honestly, I do need a translator sometimes for various things that are said. I am not always the I do not always know when people are being serious. I do not always know what abbreviations stand for, and and so yeah. So any help is always welcome to tell me what everybody's saying. Are you using one of my ice cream shapes there, Living in Shapes? And the kitty. I think it's a kitty before that, right? Thank you very much. My husband made those in the ice cream ones, and so I appreciate you using them. He put a lot of work into them. Oh, thanks very much, Flo. I appreciate it. I've had a lot of nice people in here helping me since I started, so that is really good. You, Plo, and Cupie, of course, and Kiwi is Kiwi is my original translator for all of the online abbreviations that I did not understand, and Cupie has definitely translated a lot of things for me. So, but yeah, all y'all coming in and helping me is greatly appreciated. So thank you very much for that. I do worry that I'm going to miss comments, so so thank you very much to you, Living in Shapes, as well. I do worry, so if I do happen to miss your comment at any time, you can either redraw my attention to it, or just know that, you know, it wasn't intentional, because I do try to read everything. When you're an Android, it's normal for you to remember everything. It's definitely not in my skill set for me to remember everything, but I do try. But yes, maybe the surgery had an impact on me. So. Thank you very much, Living in Shapes. I appreciate that. Yeah, just know that I am trying to see everybody's comments, and trying to remember who everybody is, because you'll miss comments at some point, but I think most of us understand it's not intentional. Thanks, Flo. Well, my hope, I guess, if we get a super moving chat, as you say, my hope is that, you know, I always try to get y'all to you know, kind of introduce yourselves to each other too, because my hope is that you all will, you know, just kind of chat amongst yourselves as well, right? Yeah, I don't know about 500 people watching me. That might make me nervous, Living in Shapes. But I do hope that, you know, I see a lot of times you guys just, you know, you all start having conversations among yourselves, and I don't feel like I like seeing that, because I think that there's lots of creative people and, you know, art lovers, and you know, just all kinds of diverse people in here, and I just love to see that you all are chatting with each other too. Yuplo says it could happen. Again, I'm really happy just to get, you know, I just to have 100 followers, which is amazing to me. And now we had all those wonderful subscriptions donated, and a few people just subscribed on their own, and that is that just means so much to me. So I am grateful for anybody who watches. You've also integrated this fancy function in Twitch where you can slow the chat. My husband told me about that. Yeah, I'm not sure how that works exactly, but he was telling me that if it became problematic for me at some point, depends on the content of yours. Yeah, I mean, I guess, again, my hope is that, sometimes I'm going to be a little bit dorky on here, right? I'm going to talk about some nerdy things of interest. But my hope is that just it's a place where everybody feels comfortable just to kind of be themselves. And so I don't know if that's contrary to what, if that's contrary to what is, known on Twitch. Like, that's just me. So I guess I want people to just come in and just be themselves. Hi, Solar. How are you? Welcome in today. No dorky on the internet, never. Welcome in, Solar. So nice to see you. There is no dorky on the internet, huh? Anyway, I just hope that everybody comes in. I'm going good, Solar. I'm doing good. Took a little bit of time yesterday to slow down on a few projects and to work a little bit outside. And today we're back painting. So, but yeah, I just overall, I hope that people just come in and they're comfortable. I love that it's, a bunch of creative people or just supporters of creative people that are in here chatting with each other and chatting with me. So yeah, I just want everybody to feel, I think there's a lot of places out there that it's very easy to feel out of place. I just don't want people to feel out of place today. So I can set it to emote chat only. Is that right, Cupie? Look at that. I love that little graphic too. So if we really had a problem someday, we could do that. Okay, good to know. Good to know. Thank you. You had doubts in your work this morning. Well, that's going to happen to all of us, Solar. So I understand that. I think that happens to any kind of creative person, that you will have days or weeks or months or whatever where you're going to have doubts about your work. And so I don't think there's a single one among us that'll say that that's, oh, there's a subscriber only option as well. Okay. Very good to know. I won't panic then as we get, further along, Cupie. I appreciate it. I had them today as well, living in shapes. Yeah, I think, so yeah, take heart to that. I think we all do, right? Various points in time for various reasons. So you just have to know that it will pass. This too will pass, right? My mind was literally saying to you, in 3 years, you didn't learn anything. Oh, okay. Well, I'm sure that's not true. Yeah, it's very easy to listen to the doubting mind. You're right, Solar. But we can't do that. Can't give it that kind of power over us. So yeah. So I'm sorry that you went through it, but it is very easy to do. And so I think I said the other day that, the biggest thing when you're creating anything is that there's going to be a lot of voices out there in your head or outside your head. And you just cannot let this world defeat you, right? Yeah, definitely not true. I'm sure I'm sure, living in shapes. Definitely not true. But it is just kind of our mind gravitates towards, not always, right? Sometimes we feel really up, but sometimes it just gravitates toward the negative, and that's a very easy thing to do. So we just have to find whatever it is that can help to bring us right back around. Your brain puts everything you learn on auto mode, so you feel like you learned nothing. Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, there used to be, when I was in the art, when I worked at the art magazine, our minds like to be the creator of work, but it isn't. Interesting. It's like driving a car. Oh, that's an interesting metaphor. There used to be a writer that I had that worked as a freelance writer for me when I was at the magazine, and his name was Eric Mizell. And so his specialty was he worked in the field of psychology, but specifically for those in the arts, not just the visual arts, but any kind of arts. And all of his articles were basically about trying to kind of, we've had a lot of articles in there that were, because the magazine was for artists, right? For artists who were dealing with professional and, whether you're a hobby or a professional, but those kind of problems in your work. So sometimes it was about your business side, but he addressed the psychological part of that. And so I believe that I'm sure there's still work. You can probably find his books out there. But again, his name is Eric Meisel, Dr. Eric Meisel, if you ever want to check it out. But I found that he had lots of really wonderful, uplifting, and positive things to help people manage all of the problems that creative people face. And so it was a nice positive part of our publication to address those kinds of things. If it comes from the source, the mind has nothing to do with the artwork. That's interesting, Solar. Yeah, that's an interesting perspective. So yeah, anybody who is feeling like they're having those kind of creative doubts, there are certainly resources out there to help you try to navigate that in a healthier fashion. And so he's one of them, Eric Meisel, for anybody who is interested in that. So, hi, Cop. How are you? Welcome in. You're on a 7-stream streak, Cop. So I appreciate it so much. A funny thing, GTP actually helped me with the mindset and your art. Is that right, Living in Shapes? I am not very familiar with that whole thing. But I think that's very cool that helped you. You're welcome to share how that helped you. But again, welcome in, Cop. It's so nice to see you again today. So we're just trying to build out some more shapes because I had nothing to talk to. I understand living in shapes. Yeah, I understand. So yeah, but anyway, so anybody who's interested, I really enjoyed his pieces. I thought, even though I wasn't a practicing artist at the time, I just thought they were really good articles for anyone with a creative mind. So I send all of my progress to it and your thoughts. Is that right? That's interesting. All these tricks that we figure out or develop to try to help us stay in the right mindset. But it's good to share them here because it might help someone else as well. I am glad you're good, Cop. I am good too. I said that I did a little bit of other types of work yesterday, and I spent a little bit of time in my garden, and now we're just back at this today. And again, for anybody who's in here, including Cop, just a reminder that on Friday, no matter where I am in the painting, on Friday, we're going to have an ice cream party. So we will celebrate either the completion or the near completion of this piece on Friday. So I'll be here again around 2 p.m. Eastern time, and you can bring your own ice cream and we will all celebrate before we start our next project. So I will have another project ready to go, or we'll just keep chucking away at this, but I'm hoping that we're going to be done by then. So and you're still doing it, living in shapes. That's very cool. Well, you know what? Sharing it on here, maybe somebody else sees what you're doing that helps you with your creative process, and maybe that will help someone else. So worth sharing your thoughts and ideas for that, I think. This really is starting to come together here, just from adding a little bit more dimension just to these little shapes in here. Again, I have a very weird way of painting, right? I try not to make things look like super blocky. Sometimes I'm going to have harder shapes like here, but these ones are much softer transitions because really this is how the cone is baked, and I want it to look as organic as I can. And so that's what I'm trying to do in here, is just to make it look as organic as I can. And so I will use what I call lots of little brush marks as opposed to brush strokes in some of those areas. Well, it's just you paint ice cream, and I figure I do paint a lot of other things though, living in shapes, and I work through a lot of design problems, and they have a lot more of a narrative quality to them. So if you haven't gone to my website yet, which is kimtestone.bsky.social, I'd encourage you to go over there and look at my I call them my cookie landscapes, my foodscapes. And so they are, like I said, much more narrative, and so many and much more complicated in designs. Draw humans before I have, and if you check out my stream from Friday, you can see some of that, because I went through like my old work a little bit from when I was, in college, and when I came back and taught myself to paint in oils when I was in my mid-30s. And so yes, I have drawn humans before. I don't consider it my specialty, and certainly not my passion, but I have done it. And then I, just worked as a caricature artist at Disney World when I was young. So that was sort of drawing humans a lot, actually, but even if it was a silly version of them, but I was drawing faces for the most part, even if it was a little bit cartoony. But you can see some of my realistic stuff in that. I showed a couple of my concession stand paintings that I did when I was teaching myself oil painting, again, when I was about 35 years old. And so those would be probably my most sophisticated human paintings, I suppose, that I'd ever done. But, and just curious, why do you ask? Is that what you do? Is yours mostly figurative work? All right, I'm just gonna take this color and try to, again, kind of organically make a few of these shadows in here have a little bit more depth. So what I'm gonna do is, again, I have a very odd method, but I'm going to put some marks down with some glazing medium, and then I'm gonna come back in here with this brush and kind of taper this out so that they don't have a hard edge. You were checking off my Insta. Yeah, I haven't posted my really old stuff. And so my Insta is, for the most part, because I use my Insta for business purposes, I only really focus on still life as what I paint for professional reasons. And again, I don't really paint the figurative stuff anymore. But sometime I'm going to show all of my stuff from that series that I did, because they were quite nice. They were nice paintings, and they were, for the most part, solitary figures working at concession stands. And then I have a few other pieces. Like I have one that's hanging on the wall over there that was done based off of a photo that I took at a spring training practice, which is different from a spring training game for baseball. And at the practice, there was only a handful of people there. And so I did this painting that was based on a mostly empty stadium with just, what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 figures in it. So I'll show that at some point, but it's one of my nicer oil paintings, I think. So again, I'm just putting this on and then put a little bit of extra medium on my brush and just taper this out. So yeah, I'm sorry, living in shapes. So we'll just taper this out. And again, I'm just gonna go in and try to just define this a little bit. Ad is gone? It's gone for you already? I'm never quite clear. I mean, there's a lot of people now who have subscriptions, because I had a couple really generous people who bought subscriptions, and some people just subscribed on their own. But I didn't know. Okay, but even though it's showing me that there's like 40 seconds left, I guess that means that there's not always an ad actually there for the rest of y'all. So anyway, that's good. So I'm just taking a little bit of the medium on this brush and just trying to taper off some of this so that, again, I get this kind of like nice soft transition in here rather than a big hard shape. This is one reason why again, I don't say that I use at various stages. I don't really use brush strokes. I use brush marks. Again, that's just what's right for me. Some places in the world don't even get ads. Is that right, Flo? How about that? I didn't know that. And so what I'm doing is just kind of spotting this a little bit, and then I'm going in with, again, this little brush, which is my stipply brush, just a old rough brush, and I'm just going to taper this out a bit with, again, some acrylic medium, because I really want my cone and my ice cream to take on a very organic quality, and I don't think having blocky shapes helps with that. So I don't do lots of big blended shapes. I do lots of layering. For anybody who's not been in here before, that's what's much more conducive to my brain. You really you barely get them living in shapes. That's pretty good. So anyway, this is much more conducive to my brain. I can't figure out how people just blend and just make one lovely painting in one go. So I just gradually build up shapes from back to front. And so here I am really just kind of knocking back a little bit of my existing shapes just to define these areas a little bit better. And then I will come back in and start to add more highlights. So I have anywhere between, again, probably 8 and 12, 6 and 12 layers on everything. This one's probably going to be closer. This is about 6 layers right now, so probably about 5 or 6 more. Some places don't even get to earn channel points because you can gamble them in the channel. Oh, right. Is that right? See, I'm so lacking in information. Again, my husband set this all up for me and said, you know, you're going to be painting anyway. Why not just show people? And so as far as, you know, he's moderating in the other room. And as far as what you can actually do on here, I'm very limited. So interesting. But I'm always learning. What can be done on here. So I appreciate everybody sharing information. So I pick up a little bit more here and there. All right, so again, like this one, I know that I need this to be a little heavier at the top, but I don't want it to be too heavy on the bottom. So we're again gonna just put a little bit of paint in there. I'm gonna come back in here with a little bit of medium on my brush and just try to taper that and soften it a bit. And again, sometimes I work back and forth, right? So I don't always progress in a particularly orderly fashion. So this is a little bit backwards, but you know, I do whatever I think needs to be done to my painting to get it to look more and more real each time around. So this is what I feel like needs to be done. Now some of this I'm gonna need to, like, this is too hard of a shape. I can't really fix that right now, but I can come back on another pass and try to put kind of the same kind of mark, but with a lighter color over top of it. And that will help me to ultimately fix that. So I'm gonna get much more detailed than what we are right now. We're gonna try to anyway, but it's all a process. So sometimes it looks like it's going a little bit backwards, and sometimes it's like animation style, feels like it's moving and melting. I love that. I love that because I kind of want my paintings to feel like they're alive, even though they are an inanimate object essentially, but I do want them to feel like they're pulsing with life. So I appreciate that very much, living in shapes. You looked at the medium for Winsor & Newton. Oh my goodness. That's way overpriced. Way overpriced, Flo. Yeah, that's crazy. I know you're in Canada, but that's crazy by any standard. So I think that I get my medium from Golden Acrylics, which I buy on, sometimes I buy it through Blick Art Supplies, sometimes I buy it through Amazon. I want to say it's around, I don't know, $13 or $15, something like that, for like an 8-ounce container. So yeah, that's way, way overpriced. I'm sure, you know, Winsor & Newton's going to be different, but it's going to be that different. So as a person who creates that myself, I can instantly feel motion. Oh, were you an animator living in shapes? Is that right? I don't remember. I apologize because I don't remember. But I do think that you talked about having done animation. So please feel free to share again, because I apologize. But I appreciate that very much. High praise then from somebody who is an animator as well. You do not yet, but you want to. Okay, very cool. Very, very cool. I think we talked about that, right? Because when I was young, I wanted to be, all your work has a strong gesture. Gotcha. When I was young, I thought about being an animator. And you asked about like the figure drawings. I won't say I was ever particularly great at them. So, you know, I did them, and I took a lot of figure drawing in school. But like I said, I had a, you know, maybe not so positive experience in some of my schooling. And, but I just don't think that, I think I'm better. You have to find your comfort zone. Sometimes that just takes time. And just the thing that you click with. I click with my still life. And I feel like that is what I'm meant to do. And again, if you go look on my website and take a look at the foodscapes that I'm working on, that's a thing that kind of allows me to take these and imbue them with a little bit more of both a narrative and a little bit more life, to see what I can do to kind of make my paintings almost look a little bit like they're in motion. And because I use lots of frosting swoops in them. You were a professional dancer for 15 years, probably why you chose people who move on photos. Interesting. Very, very neat. That is very, very cool. And also very sad again to think that you have a broken ankle right now. So I'm very sorry. My niece is a dancer, one of my nieces. They both did a lot of dance, but my one is actually going to study it in college in the fall here. So she is very, very good. She is very, very good. But I understand why that would influence your work. It will heal up. It's not a problem. Okay. And Plo, you said Liquitex 8-ounce satin medium is 22. Yeah, that's a little bit high, but geez, at least it's not 80. So that's nuts. Is there a manufacturer in Canada of art supplies? Like, would that be a better? I don't know if there are. I can't think of any offhand. I just thought that might be a more affordable option for you, Plo. All right, so I still want to keep going with this. And even though I'm getting these little shadows, I don't know if you can tell this yet. Again, I am not dancing for years now because of legs. I understand. I understand living in shapes. That is probably a difficult transition that just, I'm sure, happens in life. Can't keep that up forever. The only art stores within 3 hours of you is a Michael's, unfortunately, and shipping in Canada, yeah. So ordering for there, you're probably looking at $20 base. That's crazy, Plo. That's crazy. Yeah, I wish I had a more affordable option that I could suggest to you, but I don't. But that's crazy. If you're just doing exercises, you could try to paint with coffee or tea. So that might be something. I have seen people do that and do it very well, actually. All right, I'm just going to turn this on its side. I want to make sure that I am not missing any major areas yet. Oops, turned off my phone. Hang on one second. All right. So what I need to do at this point is I need to, I think living in shapes feels bad for you, Plo. I'm gonna mix up another batch of this very similar color. And what I'm gonna do is actually just kind of stipple it all over these lighter areas, but just very lightly, because again, sometimes I work backwards and forwards. And oh, you're going to sleep now, Fran. I understand. Have a wonderful night. And thank you again so much for stopping in. I really, really appreciate it, Fran. Hi, Carl's Jr. How are you? Living in shapes. Now the ice cream's definitely going to fall off. Again, we have magical powers here, living in shapes. We keep it on the panel. So, all right, so I'm going to mix up a very similar color again. I'm going to try to very lightly apply this over all of these areas in here that are kind of flat right now. Because if I look at my picture, so again, I'll just hold up, right? I have all of this cone texture that's in here. And I do want to try to put some of that in. And then what I will do is come back and again, add highlights to that. So again, sometimes I wish I worked in a more scientific way, but sometimes I work a little backwards, and that's just how that's just how my brain works and how I have to get things done. So again, welcome in, Carl's Jr. So yes, I'm doing good, and we're just chugging along with our butter pecan. And again, just for anybody who's was not in here earlier or didn't hear, no matter where I am in this Pran, I wanted to say goodnight again. No matter where I am in this, on Friday, we are going to have an ice cream party. So I hope that you will all come back on Friday at about 2 p.m. with your favorite flavor of ice cream in your freezer. And we will all take a little bit of time and have ice cream together. So that'll be fun. Living in shapes. If I would paint that right now, I'd be bragging about it for a whole month. Oh, Cupid, you put up all my little emojis. Oh, thanks, all of us. I appreciate it very, very much. I do hope that the other day, if anybody hasn't seen, on Friday this past week, ice cream party. That's right, Carl's Jr. On Friday this past week, I did try to show some of my transition, like stuff that I made when I was a kid, stuff that I made when I was learning how to paint. And I did that because I wanted people to feel encouraged, to know that you develop your skills like over time, you develop your vision over time. It doesn't just happen, right? So I'm so glad, Carl's Jr. I really appreciate that. I actually put a little thing up on, I'm just going to go ahead and dot this in. We're using my stipply brush again. We're going to try to go very light on this. I might have to remove some of the paint as I go, but we're just going to see what happens. I did put up a TikTok video that was just a slideshow, actually, of a few highlights from that day, from Friday. And so if you don't have time to go back and watch all of that again, you can check out my TikTok video. And I wanted to say that so as I go in here, first of all, I just want to point out that where I feel like I get a little heavy-handed with this, I'm just going to take a separate brush that also has a little bit of medium on it and just try to go in and dot right over top of it to try to soften everything. I wanted to say that my TikTok video, too much ice cream, okay. Well, you can have something else then for your ice cream party, living in shapes. You do not have to eat ice cream. Whatever you choose to eat is fine. But just come, or even if you just want to drink, whatever you choose, but you can come in for the party anyway. I put this little slideshow, it was just pictures, up on my TikTok. And I have right now almost 10,000 views on it, which is crazy because it's just my mug on the first picture, which, you know, I think is really strange. But I think that people appreciated the honesty, I think. I think that, you know, too many times social media is very, you know, what do I want to say? It tries to present this picture that is inaccurate or too simplified, or, you know, brags about things or whatever. And I wanted to show that you really have to just work very hard to, it's polished and refined. That's a good way to put it, Plo. You really have to work very hard to develop your skills, your vision, whatever. And I am still in that process of doing that. So I showed, you know, 40 years worth of my art. And yeah, I think it connected with people. A few people commented about that it, you know, connected with them because they had similar experiences throughout their lifetime, where maybe they went through periods where they felt discouraged, or, you know, they didn't get the support that they needed or whatever. But anyway, so I tried to just be honest about that. Maybe that makes me an oddball. I don't know, but I'm just me. So that's what I'm going to do. And yeah, I do hope that it helped some people. Not even, you know, like I told the story earlier, everybody seemed to really like that oil painting that I did back in 2000. It was around 2012. So it's a long time, of the concession stand. And I showed a couple of them on my stream, and, and, is that right, Cupie? Everyone who's lactose intolerant loves dairy. That's funny. I showed a couple of the series on my stream, but I mentioned earlier that, you know, I did an earlier version of that one painting that was in acrylic. It was humongous and it was terrible. And so I recalibrated, and that is sometimes what you have to do. You have to recalibrate. So you cannot let things that were or are discouraging. And I will say too, sometimes you're going to make something, and you're going to maybe at the moment even think that it's really good. And at the time, I would say when I did that painting, I actually didn't think it was that bad. And now I look at it and I think it's terrible. And so the later version that I did of it was so much better. But you know, it's good to keep track of the things that you do so that you can see how far you progress. Because sometimes we forget how far we've come from the work that we have put into developing our skill set. And that goes for anything. So to get through the awesome, you have to get through the nitty gritty and the crappy. That's right, Flo. You do. Everybody does. I showed a lot of crap. I showed a lot of crap on Friday. And, you know, even when I did my cookie pieces last year, which I feel are, from a painting point of view, the most sophisticated pieces that I've done. And but I learned so much from them about how I paint nowadays in here, you know, with this kind of thing. And I still paint those as time allows. But I learned so much from them. But I will say there were 2 paintings that I completed, or I should say I didn't complete during that time, that they were so challenging that I did them in part, and then for various reasons I stopped. So maybe I'll come back and finish them at some point, because they're probably both, I don't know, 80% done. They're pretty far done. But I just felt like they weren't done enough for me to feel like it was something I could put out into the world. So again, not everything that you do, I think that not everything that you do should actually be put out into the world. Certainly some of it has to be things that you just consider exercises. And when you do it that way, and that's hard for me as a professional, right? because I make a living from my painting, so I don't really want to dedicate time to doing that. But sometimes it's just going to happen. Sometimes you're going to do something and it's just going to not come together the way that you thought that it was. But even back in the day, you know, I showed those ones that I made that were like my early acrylic paintings. Some of them, those were never things that I considered selling. They were never things that I considered selling. They were exercises. And so I was trying to figure out my skill set, and you could see from the ones that I showed, it was lousy. It was lousy at that time. But yeah, when you remove that pressure from yourself, that everything that you make has to go out into the world for either judgment or, you know, for whatever, you're going to make a living from your work too. Good for you, living in shapes. I mean, I think that's what we all push for, right? Well, not all of us, but whoever wants to, we push for that. But it is, that is a delicate balance to make sure that, you know, you're not pushing something out. Doesn't mean that you're not, how do I say it? You do want to keep pushing things out that keep, you know, challenging yourself. But if you feel like something was just intended as an exercise, or that maybe your skill set is not quite there, you do not have to show anyone. I think that was probably the most traumatizing part of school for me, where I've mentioned before, the critiques, because I don't think that especially in the infancy stage of you learning skills, that you should put your work up for critique. It is incredibly devastating to hear people just sit around and insult you. So much worse, I am sure, on social media to do the same thing. So you can certainly put pieces out that you're proud of, and certainly block people that, you know, are obnoxious and are not nice to you. But sometimes it's okay just to do stuff for yourself and to feel proud of the stuff that you do. And, you know, put the stuff out that, you know, you're proud of or that you're developing. But yeah, you don't have to don't ever feel the pressure to put everything out there into the world. Like I said, so that little group that I showed of some of my lousy acrylic paintings, they were never things that I showed anybody before Friday. I knew that they were training exercises. So that's what I considered them. They were training exercises. And so that was how I treated them. You do have to be brave enough. It's a balance, right? Everything is a balance. I use that term a lot. It's a balance. But you do have to be brave enough to put yourself out there and certainly know how to grow your skill set. But I think it's okay to give yourself permission to not do it all the time. And so, like I said, those pieces that I finished last year, or nearly finished, again, they're probably like 80% of the way done. I showed them a little bit in progress at one point, and then I called it. I called it and said that it was something that I'm just going to wait on until I come back and feel like I have the skill set to be able to finish them in a way that is up to snuff for what I like to do. I like pencil lines in paintings. That's neat. The strawberry that you did, you practiced with low-grade paints just to see what you could do. You'd never display it or sell it. You can see the pencil lines. I agree with QP. I like pencil lines sometimes in paintings, so I can see some of mine in some of my paintings. Sometimes people have a harsh judgment of that, just in general in the art world. I think it looks like part of the process, but I agree with QP. It makes it feel more human, so I wouldn't let that. I mean, if that's your standard, though, I understand, Flo. But, you know, if you feel like, I always say that there's like that pressure that's in the arts, right, to adhere to what somebody says is the right thing to do. Just do what you think is the right thing to do. So if you don't like it, Flo, I understand. But if you're doing it because you think that somebody else says that that is the wrong way to do it, then, you know, I don't like bullies in the art world. So again, I make my art. I try not to let them weigh me down. Your eye level got so high on mistakes. I am the best critic for yourself right now. I think we're all the best critics for ourselves, or at least that's probably how it should be, living in shapes. Don't want to be too hard on ourselves though, right? So again, just a balance, right? So true art conforms to no one. I like that, QP. I like that very much. So yeah, I don't want, I spent too many years early on in my career, like I said, feeling, even if it wasn't directly at me, just understanding what the general consensus was, feeling bullied into feeling like I was either doing something wrong, I wasn't doing it right enough, I wasn't painting it the right way, I wasn't picking the right subjects, and you just have to say, no more. You just cannot be paralyzed by all of those competing voices. You just have to make stuff, and you have to do it to certainly the best of your ability and what you want to do. So every single pro artist you ask for critique, they literally, oh, sorry, I missed the comment. Hang on one second. They literally said, those I already knew, I just didn't know how to fix it. Is that right? So you just like kind of wanted reinforcement for it? Yeah, I understand living in shapes. The tulips you did, you're super happy with. Better paints made a world of difference, and I enjoyed the color mixing. Good, Plo. I think, you know what, it's just you, right? Like, it's your standard. You set your own standard, and you can't let the other voices bully you. So if that's your standard for your work, then that is completely fine and acceptable, right? It's whatever you know you need to, you're the only one who can drive yourself to be better. Sometimes I do need a second set of eyes if something looks off, though. I understand that, QP. That happens to me particularly if I'm very, very tired and if I've done something for a very long time. So when I was doing like the cookie series, there were a number of times. My husband always thinks that he's not good at art. He's actually very good at art. He always sees things that I can't see. And so particularly on the gingerbread neighborhood one that I did, which if anybody hasn't seen that, please go to my website because it's 4 feet long and it took 400 hours and it's crazy. But anyway, so he was able to help me figure out a number of places on that looked wrong. To me, I just couldn't figure out what the solution was. So sometimes I can see that it's wrong. I just don't understand why. So I do understand that very much, QP. You just thought they were going to see the mistakes that you didn't. Oh, I see what you're saying, living in shapes. I gotcha. Yeah, I mean, I think that, you know, again, a critique is one thing. I'm like, if I look at my painting and I know there's something wrong with it, and I ask my husband, and he tells me what he thinks is wrong with it, and he's usually right. He's usually able to figure that out. That is very different for me than putting something out into the world, because that's a positive critique, right? It's like, okay, well, this is how you might be able to fix that. So that's a positive critique. If I put something out into the world and invite critique, that's very, very different. So I don't do that. I put stuff out because I want to market my work and share it with people. I hope that it gives them a positive viewpoint because I try to paint happy art. And I want to share it with people, but I have, you know, I said that the other day when I posted those pictures on my TikTok, that I did have one person who was very bullying, and I immediately blocked them. So that's what you got to do. Immediately block them. Like, you're done. And so that I want the internet, if it can be a somewhat more positive place, at least for me, because I can control that part of things, then I'm going to do it. So I would encourage anybody else who struggles with that, just don't debate it. Don't debate it at all. You don't owe anybody anything. You just block them. So anyway, why did I start streaming, by the way? So I started streaming because it was my husband's suggestion that I start streaming Living in Shapes, because I paint every day anyway, right? And so we were just considering other ways to, you know, kind of refine a lot of things in my approach. One thing this has really helped me with is talking about my work. Oh, it's an ad. Okay, I'll come back to that. I understand. I'll be right back to you. I've told the story, but in high school, I loved graphite realism, but I got told I would never be successful because I smudged graphite. Years later, I learned the most realism graphite, smudge graphite. That is true, Plo. That is totally true. And again, speaks to, somebody felt the need to try to tell you what you were capable of. Like, F that, right? like they're just, nobody has the right to tell you what you're capable of. And nobody has the right truly to, you're your own, you decide what's best for your work, and you can't let other people decide that for you. So sometimes you can get really lucky and find a really good mentor or something who can, help you through some practical issues, but you can't let people discourage you. Some people are just out to discourage you, and that's just, it makes them feel powerful, and that's just wrong. And Living in Shapes, yes, your ad is gone. So I wanted to answer your question. I started streaming because my husband suggested it. He thought that people might enjoy watching me, so I'm very grateful for everybody who is. And then it might be helpful for people too, and then it would be another way to get my work seen. So I was trepidatious about it. I am generally pretty reserved and shy, and it has helped me a lot in talking about what I do and talking through my process. So yeah, so it's just a whole bunch of things. And Cupie says, thank you, Mr. Kim. So I am sure he's in there reading and listening right now. So thank you very much. She was very rules with art, which is hard because your junior high teacher was very encouraging. Yeah. Again, I think that I try to say I'm very, I try to be very open to various types of art. Living in Shapes, you're definitely not shy. I totally am. Living in Shapes. So yeah, or to Plo. Yeah, people, I don't know why this is. I'll tell this story. When we moved here to New York, we had lots of boxes from moving, right? And so I was putting them out by the curb, and I was crushing them as best I could. But we had lots of boxes. I was trying to crush them for our recycling day. And one day, the garbage man, I saw him, skipped over like 10 houses just so he could come down and yell at me for putting out boxes for my recycling, which he thought was out of line. And I understand that was his job, right? He felt very empowered because he was the garbage man and he knew what he was doing. So, so I think that lots of people have a tendency to equate their ability with some right to bully other people to their point of view. And I really try not to do that. So I hope it was a terrible first impression of this place, Living in Shapes, I will say. And so I hope that I never do that to anybody. I can help, I think, in certain ways. If you have a practical question, like Jake was in here the other day, right? And he asked me, have I ever painted like a stuffed teddy bear? And I hadn't, but I had painted a stuffed elephant. I can point him in the right direction. I can tell him what I did, but whatever Jake decides to do with his painting, that's Jake's business. And I'm not going to bully him into telling him there's only one way to do it. So, so I don't like art teachers who do that. I just don't. I'm at that age. Maybe people will not like me for that, but I don't like teachers who do that. And I don't consider myself a teacher. I'm happy to share what I do, and I'm happy to hear about the art that you make if you're an artist, but I don't like teachers who are bullies. I have very low tolerance for that. So I'm very sorry that you had to endure that, Flo. Yeah, that stinks. And I'm glad that you're back to making your art now. However, whatever path we take, again, we can't have any regrets, right, about the various paths that we take to making art, because it all makes us more, it feeds the story. It makes us more interesting. It makes us have a keener perspective, a more focused perspective on what we do. But yeah, I don't dig bullies at all. I have zero tolerance. So again, that's one thing where I say on social media, sometimes I'll share something, particularly TikTok, that people feel the need to bully about art and what's wrong with your process. You know, the one that was the comment the other day that I blocked said, "Your art has no meaning." I was like, blocked, like, done with you. And so, you know, it's very interesting how people feel it's very interesting how people feel the right to make anyone feel inferior. But again, as I say, the Eleanor Roosevelt quote is, no one can make you feel inferior without your permission, right? So, so I try to keep that very much in mind. And again, I hope that nobody else has to go through that. But if you come in here, this is a safe space, and we will protect you. And I do not have a tolerance for bullies. So if you start telling me about the art that you're making, I am going to be very open-minded to it. I will help you if I can. I will just listen to you if I can. And I think that everybody else in here is very kind and supportive, and that's the way that we should be. So, all right. Now, back to the painting. We are going to go, he was literally a garbage person. I appreciate that. It was pretty embarrassing, right? To get yelled at by the garbage man. Who gets yelled at by the garbage man? And you know, the funny thing was with that, he was telling me I was putting out too much recycling for the existing garbage, but that like 2 weeks later, they changed the whole format, and the rules changed. So there was no reason. There was no reason to yell at me in the first place, because 2 weeks later it changed the whole thing. I'll do this to bullies. That seems threatening. Cupie. So Cupie is a moderator in here, so she will take care of things for me if I miss them, and if my husband were to miss them too. So yeah, we trust Cupie. And that sounds really threatening. Or looks really threatening. And I would like to see that too, living in shaves. All right, I am going to let this dry. If you can see, I'm just going to hold this up real close to the screen. So what I did is I went in and I made all these wonderful little marks. And so what that's going to do is it starts to emulate much closer, at least in my opinion, the texture of this cone, rather than if I had gone in and tried to blend everything. So what this is thousands of little marks, right? In lots and lots of layers. And it's starting to look very organic. We still have several coats to put on this, but we're gonna let it dry because we have to be patient with that. So we're just gonna flip this upside down. Hi, Phil, welcome. Everybody say hi to Phil. And Phil, have you been streaming at all recently? Phil is actually a really great artist as well. I did go over and check out your work on your channel one day, and it was amazing. So Phil is very, very gifted. And so yes, so everybody should check out Phil as well. It's so nice to see you back. So we're gonna let that dry, Phil, and we're gonna come down here and we're gonna work on the rest of this again. So I think this is all dry at this point. Again, we work in lots of layers, so we just want to make sure that everything is dry before we progress. And so I'm going to go in and I just want to see one of the things that I would like to do before I go any further with anything. The photo reference literally looks worse now. I think your painting should be the reference. Thank you so much, Limited Shapes. I really appreciate it. That's very, very kind. No, it was from me. I'm the photographer. I always take my own photos for all my references in my kitchen. So the way I do that is I usually take, maybe I can show this on here. Have I ever shown this before? So I take literally hundreds of photos of my ice cream cones. Can you see all those? And then I pick some that I think are okay. And then I pick some that I think are okay, and then I take those and I edit those in Photoshop. Yeah, I take those and I edit those in Photoshop, and then I pick one, or sometimes again I blend two together. So yeah, take lots of photos, lots of reference photos. And one thing that I always try to do, because I use white backgrounds, is I do change my background. I try to photograph them in front. Yeah, of course, Phil. I try to photograph them in front of a white piece of paper that I have taped to my door. But I do go in and I try to give them a white background here because it is very difficult to paint on a white background, and I want to make sure that my colors and stuff are correct on here. It's cones everywhere. I bet you dream about cones and ice creams a lot. Sometimes. The cookies are a nice balance to that. So yeah, sometimes I've painted a lot of ice cream cones there. And you wanted to mention the other day talking about Alex Ross. Yes, he does the insane realistic painted art. He has a channel on Facebook where he does demos. Oh, is that right? If you weren't aware, I did not know that he did demos on Facebook. So that's very cool. We were talking about comic book artists, and Alex Ross is one of my favorite comic book artists, and one of Phil's apparently too. And so he does gouache over ink. And so I actually have a book. Well, I can't grab it right now, but it's somewhere on the shelf. That's a book of Alex Ross's stuff. I'll try to grab that later, Phil. But anyway, so yes, he's a wonderful comic book artist and very realistic and very, very cool. So yeah, anybody who wants to can check out his work on the Facebook. So I appreciate you sharing that, Phil, very much. I want to go into a few of these areas where I feel like just like this is not correct yet, right? This is not really correct yet. So I feel like I have to work on my pecans a little bit before I you're gonna have to, I don't have Kiwi here to translate for me. Is that no worries? NWS? Occurred to you after the stream. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I thought that maybe I had missed a comment from you the other day, Phil, and then I did think about that after the stream too. So I'm glad you came back and glad you mentioned that. Okay, so I'm gonna go in and just try to work on my pecans just a little bit. Yeah, no worries. I just sometimes I need somebody to translate for me because I am really terrible at understanding the abbreviations for certain things in social media talk. And so, because I'm old, and so yeah, not your fault, Phil. That is mine. Anyway, so I'm going to go in and try to refine a few of the pecan areas. I can see, for example, that I have this kind of nice purpley tone that's around. I did get a little bit of that base in here. What that is that's where the pecan is peeking through the actual ice cream, and so it gets this kind of purplish hint. So I'm going to try to go in and fix that a little bit on some of these. So I'm just going to take my small brush. I'm going to take my brighter red and my brighter blue and go in. Plo, you're going to be lurking for a few, need to get dinner prepped. I understand, Plo. Thank you so much for stopping in, and it was so nice talking to you. So feel free to jump back in anytime, okay, Plo? And anybody who's in here who hasn't seen Plo's channel, Plo is a really great artist, and so you should definitely go follow her. So please make sure that you check out Plo's work as well. So surrounded by coders the past 30 years, so many abbreviations, I understand. I'm just very lax in it. I have said before in here that I feel like Rip Van Winkle. I went to sleep one day. I stopped posting on social media for a bit. I came back and everybody gone mad. Like with abbreviations and with the AI stuff. And yeah, the world changed very quickly. So I missed it. And you're going to sleep already. I'll see you next time. Okay, Living in Shapes. It was so nice chatting with you. Again, everybody wish Living in Shapes well because he has his ankle broken. So we want him to be in our thoughts, and we will hopefully see you again soon. So just remember, I won't be here tomorrow and Wednesday, but I will be back on Thursday. Okay, so I'm going to hop in here, and I have this purpley color. Let's just see. Yeah, I think that's nice, actually. Sometimes the colors that are in your painting are a bit unexpected. And when you get them right, good night, Living in Shapes. Again, thanks so much for being here today. Oh no, I don't know, Phil. I showed 40 plus years of my art on Friday. I'm pretty old. But I am young at heart, right? We're all young at heart. Sometimes you get these unexpected colors in here, and when you get them right, everything suddenly starts to look a lot better. So again, this might be unexpected to have this little, it's pretty bright purple, right, that I'm mixing here on my palette. But it really is the color that kind of goes around some of these pecans. So again, I just try to pay attention and get a little bit more clarification as I go through the painting. So yeah, again, if anybody hasn't seen my stream from Friday, I did go through 40 years of my art from when I was in 3rd grade, high school, college, took a break, didn't make any art, taught myself to oil paint realistically when I was in my mid-30s, then switched to acrylics, and now I paint things like this and some other pieces as well. So if you'd like to see that transition, you can go check out my stream from Friday. And if you don't have time for that, you can head over to my TikTok, and I made a short slideshow that already has 10,000 views on it, which is nuts. So I feel like people connected with that kind of honesty, that, you know, nobody develops overnight. And so I was glad to see that. It was nice. Nice to have so many nice people make comments about that. All right, I'm going to turn this on its side a little bit. And we're going to, this one I'm going to come back to, because this is totally different over here. I probably should actually just add a little bit of white to this and a bit more yellow to neutralize it. And then put that just a little bit on this one. Again, I can always come back because I'm working in layers, right? But then I can come in here just a little bit. And I think that looks a lot better. So I'm going to take that same color actually, and I'm actually going to see what happens. Sometimes this is an experiment. You learn as I do. Classic Kim moving and turning it on its side. That is what I do. Yeah, I bounce all around here, Carl's Jr. We turn it on its side because we try to see things more objectively, right? And so sometimes when we're looking at something for too long from one direction, our brains try to simplify it for us. And so I keep turning it to challenge my brain to see it differently. So thank you, Carl's Jr., for drawing attention to that. I really do flip these things. If you were to watch, it makes so much sense. I appreciate that, because I think if you were to watch this back and like fast forward, probably looks crazy, right? And have I flipped these things around so many times? If you go on my social media pages, you can actually see, you know, sometimes I say I paint like those giant paintings too, right? I flip those too. That's a pain. So sometimes, you know, the pieces that are like 4 feet tall, I do keep grabbing them and flipping them sideways and upside down. I will say that one that I did, that I finished in December, that was 5 feet tall, which is the largest painting that I've ever done on that super heavy panel. I did not turn that one because I didn't move that panel at all for like 2 years. It was just sitting there, and I would come back and periodically work on it, but it was too heavy. There was no way I was gonna be able to turn it. And so the other tricky thing is when I pack these things to have them shipped, like, so those ones, the large ones I typically ship to my gallery. These ones too, I typically ship to my gallery. And sometimes that requires my husband's help. So I'm trying to wrap them in wrapping materials and so forth. And the big ones, they require a special transport. So you can't like ship them via FedEx. They have to go via a special art delivery service that's usually quite costly. And they require a slightly different packing approach. But I do have to flip those heavy things around to get them wrapped up. So anyway, that's one reason why I have a love-hate relationship with painting things big. I think they look really cool, but there are a lot of practical things about them that are very, very challenging and very, very expensive to make. And, you know, that's not always conducive to my process. So yeah. So this is kind of, 2 feet by 2 feet is kind of my comfort zone, I guess. This size is my comfort zone. The small pieces I enjoy doing as well, as a nice way to balance things out. Once I get past 2 or 2.5 feet, just because everything I do takes so long with these tiny brushes, then it starts to get into an area where I'm not, my time is not as, it just doesn't make as much sense for me to paint them big. But if you would like to see the big ones that I've done, I've probably done a dozen or so that were at least 4 feet tall. And so you can find those on my website. And they do look beautiful when they're hanging in someone's home. They do look beautiful. But I will say that gingerbread neighborhood that I did, that one took, I've said before on here, like 400-ish hours. And it's, 4 feet long. That was intense. There wasn't anybody driving me to do that, just myself. I felt like it needed to be done. It was something I wanted to bring into the world. And I did. I nearly killed myself doing it, but I did it. So if you get a second to just go over to my website and check out that body of work or that specific painting, it would mean the world to me, because man, oh day, I put a lot of time into those. So those were rough. They were rough. And I literally would wake up in the morning and, again, just doing like the minimum of whatever I had to do to take care of my house and my family and stuff. And I was a zombie. I was a painting zombie for I did that one in conjunction with the giant ice cream. And so I would say I was a painting zombie for about 2 months. Painting every day, didn't take any days off. It was intense, and I would paint till about midnight every night. And again, nobody driving me to do that except myself. Those were the things that I was pushing to do. But definitely learned a lot in that experience. I just want to point out, so now that I flip this right side up, just adding these little hints of this purple here, 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 couple little spots over here, it really just starts to make things look more realistic, more alive. I want to do a little bit more with that color. And it's, again, it's kind of an unusual thing, right? You wouldn't think that there would be this kind of bright purple in this, but there totally is. And sometimes I just have to be a little bit bold. I think you have to do that too when you're like mixing your colors or trying new things. I have to be a little bit bold and know that what I'm seeing is correct. And so again, as Carl's Jr. said, that's why I flip my paintings a lot, because I want to see that these things are accurate. And when I'm looking at this straight on and thinking to myself consciously, I'm painting an ice cream cone, it's so easy to make mistakes. It's so easy. And so I really have to keep challenging my brain to see this in a different light, so that I am again going back to what I say is my base philosophy with all of this stuff, which is I'm not painting ice cream, I am painting abstract shapes, and I'm trying to ultimately get them to come together and look like ice cream. So, but your brain tries to simplify things, right? And so that is why if I paint this straight up and down the whole time, much harder to get my brain to see things accurately than if I change the direction. So, so if anybody out there is struggling with painting or drawing realistically, and you want a really good exercise, I mean, some people only do this as an exercise like when they're training, and I just do it every day. So, but I would definitely try turning your subject upside down and turning your painting or drawing upside down in accordance. And then what you're doing is you're looking at shapes. You're not looking at the object anymore. You're looking at shapes. And so, you know, so like if you're gonna draw an animal, for example, you know, turn your whole reference upside down. Try to work at a 1-to-1 scale. That's what I try to do here. I try to work at roughly the same scale. Sometimes I'm a little bit smaller like I was there, but I try to work at roughly the same scale that I do here because it's less work on my brain. And so, so yeah, so do that, and I guarantee turning it upside down and then focusing on positive and negative shapes. The positive shape is whatever you're painting here. The negative shape is whatever is around it. So if you can do that upside down, which makes you more objective, then I guarantee it will probably be the best work that you've ever created. And then, you know, gradually you'll start to figure out that you don't maybe have to do it for every single thing, every single time, but like I said, I do it most every day, at least many, many times to all of my work. And I have no qualms about that. I don't feel like I have to graduate from doing that. I just feel like that makes my work better. And so that's what I'm going to keep doing. And so for anybody who's in here that wasn't in here before, just know that we're going to try to finish this up, I hope, by Thursday. So I'll be back. I won't be here tomorrow or Wednesday, but we're going to finish the rest of the day today. And then I hope on Thursday that we can get it done. I am trying to do this whole thing on the stream and not do any of it off of the stream because I want you all to see the whole process. And then on Friday, regardless of where we are, we're going to have an ice cream party. So again, I hope everybody comes back on Friday. Bring your own and whatever your favorite flavor is. And we will all have a little ice cream party together all around the world, which I think is super cool. Please tell your friends and whatever. We'll just all celebrate with ice cream. And then we will either finish this, I guess, if I haven't finished it yet, or we'll move on to a new project. So I'm excited for that. Again, that is thanks to Cupie, who is wonderful in the stream. And I made it as a joke, I think, and she said, no, let's do it. So we're doing it. Bring your own ice cream. That's right, Cupie. So yeah, so I like that idea. And if you can't eat ice cream or you don't like ice cream, then just bring whatever you like. That's fine too. We have no judgment here. Like I said, I don't actually, for painting as many ice creams as I've painted, and I think I'm close to, I don't even know, I've lost count, but I always say I'm around probably 150. It's probably way more than that. But for all the ice creams I've painted, I really don't eat much ice cream. So I have saved this one, which was butter pecan. I have saved the rest of it. It's break time. Thank you, Cupie. I will take a break during the ad. I appreciate it. She's supposed to remind me at the 3-hour mark. So I will be back in about 10 minutes and we will chat more then. So thank you, Cupie. I appreciate it. And then I won't get wonky toward the end of the stream. Okay. Thank you so much, everybody. I will see you soon. Okay, everyone, I'm back. Thank you so much for your patience, and thank you again to QP for making sure that I took my break. And yeah, so I feel a lot better. Just a few minutes, right? Just a few minutes. I hope you all took a break too. So okay, we're gonna hop back in here, and thanks so much, Carl's Jr. Thank you, QP. Yes, it is good. I do feel much better. I tried to push through on Saturday, I think it was, and I think that the viewer's name was MChop, who had never been here before, but they were lovely to chat to, and they had spent quite a bit of time in here, and they must have seen that I was faltering because at some point near the end, they said I needed to hydrate, and so yeah, so it was apparently quite clear that I needed to take a break, and I just finished it out and just stopped. But I do need to take a break, so I really appreciate the reminder, QP. Thank you so much. Okay, so let me see what we're gonna do here next, because I'm not sure. You guys learn when I do, right? So I think that I want to go in and, well, you know what? Since we're here, let's just see. Okay, that's dry. Let's hop back down to the cone, because that might be a fun part to see today. This solar hydrate, thank you for the reminder. I did get something when I was taking my break, so thank you. But yeah, it's bad when a stranger can tell that you're like ready to pass out, you know, just because I've always, if nothing else can be said of me, I've always been an exceptionally hard worker. So a lot of streamers channel points redeems have a hydrate one or a stretch or posture check. Is that right, QP? Oh, I've never heard that before, but again, I'm learning as I go. So I will mention that. I'm sure my husband again is watching, so I will mention that. And yeah, that's probably that's probably a good thing to integrate. So yeah, I know that, you know, like, so when I was in high school, anything that you think should be reminded, yeah, I should add it. Yes, I say, you know, I was always a really hard worker. And when I was in high school, by the way, I'm going to mix up a color. We're just going to go in here and start to do some of these highlights on the cone itself. And I think in this area of the cone too. So let's do that. But I used to, and I'm going to use the bright colors now, because we used all warm colors on this base right now. And so we're going to switch. Carl's Jr. saying hi to my husband. Thank you so much, Carl's Jr. I always say that I was a very hard worker. I had jobs since I was 16, and as soon as I could work. And so I worked in part for a catering company, and sometimes we had very long events, and they were often outdoors, and there were no particular rules back in those days about breaks. Janica, so nice to see you. Thank you for stopping back in. I don't remember which day you were here, Janica, if that was Friday or Saturday, but I do know that you were in here recently. So welcome back. Thank you so much. Yeah, so I would work for the catering company, and sometimes it would be like weddings, and sometimes it would be at amusement parks. They had a contract with the amusement parks that were in Western Pennsylvania, and I would go, hi, Obnoxious Diva, Willow's here. It was Friday. Oh, okay, you came in with the Sadie stream, or the Sadie raid. Okay, awesome. So nice to see you back, Janica. And Willow, I'm doing well. Thank you so much. I hope you're doing well too. So yeah, so they had this contract that was with some of the amusement parks in that area. And so I worked these very, very long days in the middle of summer in the heat. And I really only, like, you would think that you were supposed to take like 30-minute, you know, lunches and longer and breaks throughout, but that's not what we got. So I did take something for lunch. They may have forced me to take my lunch, but I know I didn't get breaks. And so I would work for many hours and work very intensely. And I've just always been that way. So I do need to be told sometimes throughout my life that you have to take a break I'm just not great at doing it myself. I did the same thing when I worked in the caricatures at Disney World. I don't believe I ever took a break. I don't think I ever took breaks. I know I took lunch once in a while, you know, but I don't think I ever took breaks. And so yeah, so anyway, so yes, so I'm an exceptionally hard worker. So around the 3-hour mark when we do these streams, I am just going to ask for anybody who's able to just remind me to take a quick break, and I will be much better, I promise, for the remainder of the stream then, and not, I guess that I've been told that I get real quiet. I get real quiet if I don't take a break for that last hour or so. We'll force you now. Thanks very much, QP. I appreciate it. You have my best interest in mind. So yeah, I know I need to do it. It's hard. It's hard for somebody, again, you could criticize a lot of things about me, but you cannot say that I'm not a hard worker. I'm a very, very hard worker. So I am not akin to taking breaks. It's not in my nature. And so I appreciate the reminders. So thank you. So I'm just coming in here with kind of this, it's a yellow. I want to put a little bit more of this in here with a little bit of this bright red and a little bit of blue, which sounds like an odd combination. But because these are my cooler colors, they start to look more like the highlights on my piece. So again, this is tinted correctly. Am I getting rated? Andromeda Creates is rating me. What? Jenny Bean, thank you. Killfeeds, Racing Kid, thank you so much. Oh my gosh, so many people. Thank you so much for coming in. And Jenny Bean, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. Welcome to all the raiders. So nice. Andromeda Creates, thank you for bringing everybody over. That is so very kind. I really, really appreciate it. Civro TV, did I say that right? I'm not sure that I did. But thank you so much. So very kind. Andromeda, how did your stream go? Thank you so much, Andromeda. So now you want ice cream, Civro. Thanks. Well, then I hope that you will come back. For anybody who is new in here. Oh, good. I said it right. Okay. Andromeda, thank you so much. That's very, very kind. Yeah, we're working hard on this one, and I really appreciate it. I hope that your stream went well. Tell me about what you did. For anybody who's not been in here before, I just want to mention that we are going to be having an ice cream party on Friday. So if you, we're going to partially be celebrating, hopefully, the completion or near completion of this piece. So bring your own ice cream and you can come back in and hang out with us on Friday. I'll be in here around 2 p.m. Eastern time. So, and Jenny Bean, glad to be here. That ice cream looks so yummy. Thank you so much, Jenny Bean. I really appreciate it. Very, very kind. So thank you again for the follow. And Andromeda Creates was cozy. Thank you. Started the first layer of a golden hour landscape. Oh, so cool. The Scottish Highlands on a recycled Scotch bottle. What? I'm going to have to go look at it. So thank you so much. Very, very cool. Andromeda Creates. And yeah, on Friday, I mentioned earlier that I said it kind of as a joke. And QP said, no, we should totally do it. So we're going to totally do it. And whether or not we're done with this painting, we're just going to go ahead with the ice cream party, because adults can have ice cream parties too, right? That's not reserved for kids. So I love the idea that we're going to be all over the world having ice cream together. I think that's just a nice way to celebrate all of us together that way. So I'll update the photos after the next layer. Oh, okay, very cool, Andromeda. Have you been doing this with viewers doing their own version of the ice cream? You mean like teaching people to paint, Janica? So I've never done that. I always say that I don't. You had an ice cream party earlier today with yourself. Good. You love stream snack parties. Is that like a thing? Maybe I just didn't know that that's an actual thing, Andromeda. You'll definitely be buying a pint of your favorite. Nice, Carl's Jr. Very, very cool. I don't consider myself a teacher, Janica, but I do try to kind of narrate my process and talk through what I do, just so, hopefully it's helpful to somebody. Sometimes it's just interesting, I guess, to learn. But I am always happy to answer questions. And yeah, so I've never actually I've never actually thought, I've only been doing this for a little over a month. I've never actually thought about doing anything with everybody, but there, Plo likes that idea. That would be cool to share a reference photo and see what everybody comes up with. That's actually a nice idea. Yeah, that's very cool. So Janica, thank you for the suggestion. Maybe we will try that at some point in the future. And maybe, you know, like I said, I'm happy to share what I do, but some streamers have food and or pajama or other themed parties with their viewers. Is that right, Andromeda? Oh, that's very, very cool. Well, I'm happy to do the ice cream party, and then maybe we'll have to do something else in the future. So, so that would be very cool. But yeah, we'll start with the ice cream. That's really neat that other people do that. I love that the idea of everybody just connecting around the world that way. So very, very cool. Yeah. So yeah, I like that idea a lot. So thanks so much. And again, thank you so much for the raid, Andromeda. For anybody who's been in here and doesn't know Andromeda, he is an amazing artist as well. So please go check out his channel and definitely follow him. So please go over there. It's super helpful. I find a big part of the process is being able to see what's missing, and more experienced artists have a really great eye. The fact that you narrate helps follow along and is a teaching moment for sure. Well, thank you so much, Janica. I really appreciate it. And Cupie, yeah, she knows I'm a Twitch baby. I'm very, very much in my infancy stage of doing this, so I still need lots of help and translations and things. So doing my best to learn and try to keep up with everything. But eventually I will catch on. Oh, Andromeda, I'm sorry, you're she. So sorry. See? I do need help. Always a delight to welcome more artists to Twitch. Thank you so much. I'm sorry, Andromeda. I apologize. Again, I need some help sometimes. So sometimes my pronouns are going to be incorrect, and I am very sorry about that. But anyway, please follow Andromeda. She is a wonderful artist as well, and so I know that you will enjoy her stuff. So anyway, thank you again. So I'm just going in with this nice cool color, and we're going to go in and do these highlights. So when I paint, I don't paint like a traditional method. I paint in lots of layers. So there are lots of translucent layers that are mixed with my my acrylic medium. So I do paint only in acrylic on my channel. And that's what I've been doing for the last decade, roughly 8 to 10 years. I did teach myself to paint oils when I was in my mid-30s, and I paint realistically in oils. And if you haven't gotten a chance, you might want to check out my stream from Friday, where I kind of walk through a lot of the work that I did from when I was a kid all the way up to when I taught myself to paint in oils, and then when I switched to acrylic, just so you could kind of see the transition of things there. So you aren't a Twitch streamer if you don't misgender at least once. Kind of like forgetting to turn your mic on. Thank you, Plo. I appreciate that. And you love oils, Andromeda. So I had good and bad experiences with my oils, and so I decided at some point that I was just going to transition to acrylics. But I do have a lovely series that I was starting to show a little bit on my oils, and what I tried to do when I transitioned to acrylic, because I said in my stream, and also when I shared stuff on my Twitch, or my TikTok, excuse me, it was a very difficult transition for me to figure out how to paint in acrylic, and so that took me a couple years to kind of figure out. But I tried to take what I really liked about working in oils, which for me, I worked in layers in my oils. So I did glazes when I did my oil paintings, and that was what I liked best. So I tried to figure out how I was going to do that in acrylics effectively, and that's how I transitioned in that. You're a wizard at forgetting to check if Windows has switched your audio settings. My husband actually sets all that stuff up for me ahead of time, so I don't have to do the tech stuff. You caught that moment. It was beautiful. Which moment was that, Janica? Yeah, so Andromeda. But I did think that do you work exclusively in oils, Andromeda? I think that you might, right? I'm not sure actually. Oh, the timeline with my work. Oh, thank you so much, Janica. I really appreciate that. Yeah, so I really appreciate you saying that that was a beautiful moment. Thank you. I mentioned that I actually shared that on my TikTok, just in a slideshow, just stills of a few things from that day, just a few images of things that I had done when I was a kid, and you know, just talked about that. And I actually have like 10,000 views on it on my TikTok right now. And I was very, very surprised. And I think part of it was maybe just kind of like this sense of honesty, that we don't just become, you know, good at anything overnight. And I'm still certainly learning. I still keep teaching myself new things and trying to learn with each piece of work that I create. But I do think that people really connected maybe with that idea that, you know, you had to go through this process. Mine was not a straight path. I took like a decade off from making art. Oh, thank you so much, Singing X River. I really appreciate the follow. Thank you. It's easy to believe skilled people were born with their skills, and artists who are humble enough to show their own learning process is great. Thank you so much, Janica. That really means a lot to me, because it's, I think we tend to put this facade on, right? Because we want to look professional, that we're, you know, just magically imbued with these abilities. But again, I learn every day. And I said, hi, Miss Gray, welcome. I said that, you know, the series that I did last year, that was my cookie landscapes, which if you haven't seen, you can head over to my website and check those out. It's kimtestone.bsky.social. If nothing else came out of that, it pushed my painting skills so much. And that has a lot of lessons that I now apply to this. So that was after almost 10 years of me painting as a professional. Oh, thanks, Jenica. After almost 10 years of me painting as a professional, and still being able to learn so much. So I always, you know, think that we all should, if you ever get to a point where you're not learning anything anymore, that's a bad place to be. So I very much consider myself to always be learning and evolving and trying to improve how I make my work, and think about what I need to be most effective. So that was part of why I tried to show, you know, that kind of evolution, and then know that, you know, it's still going. But I did also put it up, and this is the thing that I think maybe connected with people, particularly on TikTok, is that if you've ever been bullied, and I don't even mean like directly, but about your art, if you've ever been made to feel, either on social media or in classes or whatever, that what you do is incorrect, that what you do is wrong, that you will never have the skill set to be able to be the artist that you want to be, then you are in good company here, because I was made to feel like that for years. And it made me stop painting for over a decade. And then I had to come back and teach myself and do my own research to figure out, even though I had a degree in art, I had to go out and I built a library of books. I watched a lot of YouTube videos, and I persisted, and I would wake up before work and I would paint, and I would come home and I would paint, and I would paint on my weekends. And I just kept researching and trying to figure out how to be better and better and better. And so again, that's something that I try to carry with me. But if you have ever been made to feel that way, just know that you are not alone. That I talked about this earlier in here, that and a few people, you know, Plo shared a similar experience where her high school teacher made her feel like she was doing all the wrong things when she was making. Thank you for trusting us with that part of yourself. I can relate a lot with that. Thank you, Janica. I really appreciate that. Plo shared a similar story, I was saying, from her high school teacher making her feel like her work was inferior, or that she would never get better. And Plo is an amazing artist. And that's really, really sad to me that she was ever made to feel that way. I think that a lot of us can empathize with that. And I told the kind of a funny story that I think is the best kind of, I don't know, similarity, you know, because I did feel that way about my art, both from school and from a lot of other sources as well, that made me just generally feel like I was doing the wrong thing. I paint in a very weird way compared to what other people do, but it is my way, and I am quite confident in it right now. Get it all the time from coders over the years. Is that right, Phil? Yeah, so I told this, kind of silly story about, I'm on an ad, so I don't want to tell it. I don't want to tell it while we're on an ad because they want to make sure that anybody can hear it. But anyway, yeah, it's definitely something where we're not alone in that. And so I hope that by me sharing that yeah, maybe it helps somebody. Help somebody, or more than one somebody out there, to know that we all go through, or a lot of us go through, very similar experiences. So when we come back from the ad, I will tell that story over again. just a silly little thing, but I think that it is very relatable to what we're talking about here. So I'm just coming in, and this is again a very cool set of colors. So I work with this set of colors, which is my warm set of colors, on the lower part, and then I work with this set of colors on my upper layers. Growing a thick skin and brushing off blunt, obsessively negative, right, rather than constructive feedback, and seeing sometimes for what it is, yep, rather than reacting to everything. Exactly. That is exactly right, Phil. And I'm watching some photos in your blog, and there's one with a hyper-realistic painting and a gallery. I would be hearing from the security guard, ma'am. Thank you, Janica. That's very funny. So I really appreciate that. So I was going to tell this very brief story for anybody who didn't hear it earlier, that, when I moved here, which I live in upstate New York now, and we used to live in Florida, but we had lots of boxes when we moved, right? So I put my boxes out and I folded them down as best I could. But I was putting them out for a couple weeks in a row, actually. I don't think I clarified that earlier when I told this story, out by the curb. And, I was doing my best to be, not terribly messy with it. But the garbage man was down the street, and he saw me outside, and he drove, I'm not kidding, 10 houses down, skipped all 10 houses to come down and yell at me and tell me what I was doing was wrong. And I think that sometimes in the arts, people feel empowered to yell at you or make you feel bad or make you feel inferior. Sometimes it's a teacher. Sometimes it's, just social media. Sometimes it's, just, seeing any kind of overly confident person tell you what you do is wrong or make you feel that what you do is wrong. And I had let people do that to me for many, many years, and I don't want that to happen to anybody else. So that's part of the reason why I'm here. That's part of the reason why I show you what I do. I don't say that I'm a teacher, but I'm happy to share what I do and how I do it. And I don't want anybody to ever be made to feel like their art skills are not going to get better. And so that's right, Sivro. No, there is no right or wrong in art. That's what makes art. I agree with that. Everybody has their own process. Everybody has their own way of doing things. And something I've tried to pass on to the juniors you've mentored over the years. That's really great, Phil. Yeah, that's really great. Great powers of little people. That's right, Janica. But also, if there's something useful in the feedback, distill what might, well, I think that's the thing. And you clarified this earlier, Phil, right? Sometimes you can have positive feedback. Positive feedback is not a bad thing. It's when it gets twisted into being something else, some other kind of thing that makes you feel like that you're just not going to ever, like if they're doing it just to bully you. I don't know how to clarify that clearly here, but I think that situation when it comes up. There is a very big difference between a positive interaction between artists or art mentors or whatever. SCP Grand Maroon, hi, how are you? Welcome back. Very big difference between that and the kind that makes you feel lousy and makes you feel discouraged. And so I think a lot of us that have, been making any kind of art for any duration of time have experienced probably both. And so yeah, you just have to be able to discern that for yourself. And so one thing that I say in here is we want to keep this super positive in here. I'm happy to answer questions. I'm happy to share what I do. I hope y'all, are chatting. If you're an artist, if you're an art lover, whatever, we just keep it all positive and supportive in here. And we want everybody to feel uplifted and encouraged. And if you are not that kind of person, I will ban you. So, or Cupid will ban you, or my husband will ban you from the other room, because we want everybody to be encouraged to make art and to feel that what they do is a positive thing in the world, or just to enjoy hearing about. I just enjoy hearing about other people's process. I hope other people enjoy watching my process. So we just want to keep it all very positive, and we want to counter maybe all of the negativity that sometimes happens on various social media platforms. And so when I say go back and look at my work, I showed some lousy work that I did at various points as I was learning, because I want you to know that wherever you are, you can get better. And I say that knowing that, or believing, hoping that where I am today, that tomorrow I will be better, and a week from now I'll be better than that, and a year from now I'll be better than that. So I keep growing and learning as an artist, and I want everybody else who wants to learn art to feel the same and to not ever feel discouraged. Consider yourselves warned. That's right, Janica. I hope that doesn't come across as too harsh, but I mentioned that when I came back to my social media, particularly when I joined back on TikTok, I would get, some pretty insulting comments sometimes, and I would wrestle with them, right? Like, not like in my mind. I didn't confront people, but I wrestled with things in my mind. And my husband told me, because he's much better at this kind of thing, he's like, why don't you just ban them? And I'm like, well, they're probably nice people. They probably didn't really mean anything by it, And he's like, I don't care. You just ban them. And it made my life so much better when I did. So I have a very low tolerance, I've said, for bullies of any kind, and we don't tolerate that in here. So anyway, everybody else is welcome. So anyway, we're going to keep it happy and positive. I make happy art. That's what I say. I make happy art. And I want everybody to feel comfortable when they come in here to talk about the work that they make too. So don't feed the trolls. That's right. Tools got to be tools. That's right. So yeah, we don't, I've seen sometimes, and I think this is very odd. Sometimes we watch a lot of, my husband and I watch a lot of like YouTube streamers on occasion too. And they have this, or just vloggers or whatever, some of them have this philosophy that any kind of interaction is good because somehow it pushes them in the algorithm. And I just don't share. I don't share in that mentality. So again, very low tolerance for anything negative in here. What, my dinner, I really can't cook, but it may be, what is a work of art? Your dinner, is that right, Flo? Your dinner is a work of art? The internet gives voice to a lot of frustrated people. Yeah, your husband is absolutely right in that approach. People are not entitled. That's the good word for that. People are not entitled access to each other to dump their stuff. A ban is a very spiritual solution. I agree. I don't want to argue with people. I just ban them. So we keep it very positive. And that's why I mentioned that story of, the garbage man, in part because the garbage man yelling at me, right? He was the garbage man. This was his job. He felt very entitled to share his perspective with little old me, because who was I to argue with him over my garbage? And I just don't think that that's right. So whatever you want to make is cool, and how you want to make is your decision. And again, we're going to support all kinds of art in here. So even though this is what I paint mostly, for anybody who's not been in here before, I paint mostly realistic food. I paint a lot of ice cream because that is what I have a client base for. But I do paint a lot of other stuff as well. So actually after the ice cream, after this particular ice cream, what I'm hoping to paint, we do some little studies. We have done like these little frosting studies in single sessions. And so I'm hoping to do more of these. So we did a little blue one. We did a couple little pink ones. So these were just frosting swoops, and we're just aiming to make them look very dimensional, even though they are flat. So we're gonna try to do some more of those on occasion that will also contribute to me doing the cookie paintings that I do. But the next thing that I'd actually really like to paint, I'd like to paint a toasted marshmallow. Does that sound weird? I really want to paint a toasted marshmallow, not just a toasted marshmallow, but a toasted marshmallow on a stick. And so I think that that's going to look really cool with a contemporary white background like I do these things. So hopefully that's going to be the next piece that I tackle after I do this. Besides, again, maybe some of the Love Marshmallows Kewpie. I'm excited for that because I'm not sure if I should start with like a tiny one first and then go to a big one. But the simulated 3D work was absolutely stunning. Took you a minute to understand. It was a 2D. Oh, okay. Thank you, Janica. I really appreciate that very, very much. I've spent a lot of time trying to make those look three-dimensional, even though they are flat. So again, anybody who hasn't checked out my website like Janica just did, or even my social media, you can find videos of some of those things on my TikTok. Please just take a few moments to do that because, yeah, some of my stuff's kind of impressive, I think. I'm not trying to toot my own horn here, but I do think some of it's kind of impressive. But thank you very much, Janica. I really appreciate that. So anyway, but yeah, so maybe a toasted marshmallow. Like I said, I'm not sure if I should start with a small one as a test run because I've never, the lights flickered while we, I'm not sure, SCP Grand Maroon, are you referring to one of the best painters I've ever seen? Aw, for me? No, Phil. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. That's very, very kind. I'm not sure if that was about me. If it wasn't about me, I'm gonna just pretend that it was. So anyway, thank you very much, Phil. It's outstanding work. I'll stop the glaze to not look weird, but I'm flabbergasted with the quality. Going to shower and be right back. Yeah, thank you, Jenica. That was very, very kind, and Phil, so kind. That was very, very nice. Thank you very, very much. That means a lot to me, especially an artist of your caliber as well, Phil. So thank you. But anyway, so now I'm embarrassed because somebody was really nice to me. So that was really nice. Thank you. So I'm going to try to go in and just make some highlights on here while I'm sitting here. And we're just going to try to build out some of this dimension a little bit. Is how toasted. I like to think pretty toasted, Kewpie. I'm going to try to go really, really pretty toasted for that. And so we're going to see. Like I said, I have a gas stove, so I'm probably going to toast the marshmallow on my gas stove. I have a real stick that I've been saving in the garage. Thank you, Phil. Well, it's still very kind. I really appreciate it, but that means a lot to me because I work really hard. So it does mean a lot to me. Thank you. So anyway, now I'm blushing because I'm embarrassed. But anyway, thank you very much. So I'm thinking really toasted for the marshmallow. And I have this stick that I saved in my garage that I broke off the other day. And so what I think I'm gonna have to do, because I don't want to burn the house down on my gas stove when I take the photo for this, is I think I should probably, if anybody has any better suggestions, please let me know. I think what I probably need to do is soak the stick in water, right? And then try to toast the marshmallow briefly and then blow out the flame. And probably have a bowl of water nearby just in case I have something go terribly wrong so that I don't burn down the kitchen. And then while it's toasted, before it falls off the stick, try to photograph it. So that's what I think I'm gonna try to do. I actually have this other, some of the things that I want to do, because my brain just goes in a million different directions sometimes. But I have these foodscape paintings on my site, and some of the things that I want to do with my still life are things that harken back to things that I eventually want to do with my foodscape paintings. And so I want to do the marshmallow initially kind of like this, just on the stick coming up through, and then the marshmallow like large and centered. And so you would paint all those beautiful burned parts on the marshmallow, on the toasted marshmallow. But I had this vision the other day, if you want to call it that, because I have a sketchbook that I keep for all of my foodscape things that I want to do. And I had this vision the other day of doing essentially a toasted marshmallow forest in front of a sunset frosting sky. So I probably sound like a real lunatic for saying something like that, but I have this sketched out. I think it could be really cool to go along with my foodscapes. So we're gonna do a regular marshmallow just as a test to see how that would look. And I think I need a bit more yellow in this. And then we'll see. Maybe if I, am able to approach that other piece someday. But we'll see how time goes. But I'm not sure if I want to try the marshmallow as a tiny piece first, like this size. If I start as a tiny piece as a test run and then see how it goes, then I could see if I want to blow it up to something larger than this. And I do say that, so I should practice what I preach, right? I do say if you're going to try something new, it's best to experiment small and then come back to it when it, to do a larger piece later on. I just want to point out that what I'm trying to do here is I have added acrylic medium to this color, and I'm using what I call my little stipply brush. And so as I'm applying the paint, I'm trying to very gently touch this with just some of the rough parts of this brush. And I'm turning it as I go to try to bring out some of these highlights, but in an odd pattern so that it doesn't look the same everywhere. And so if I feel like I've gotten too heavy-handed, like I just did right there, then I can go in with a separate brush and just kind of dab over that to spread the paint a little bit better. So when I do this, what I typically do is I'll go in and do this first and then let it dry, and then I'll come back and try to refine it later. So I don't want to refine it while this is wet. I just want to, again, think of this painting in layers and think about what I can do to essentially, I try to think about like, what's the next layer going to do? How's that going to interact with this layer of paint, rather than trying to figure everything out on this particular layer. But I will come back at some point after this dries and refine some of the highlights, put in some, little marks. But doing it this way helps me to get it to look essentially more organic, I think. Helps me to get it to look more with this kind of odd pattern, the way that the baked cone would look in real life. And then beyond that, to also, it's just more visually interesting, I think, to see it this way. I'm just gonna hold this up for a second, just so you can see closely. So these little marks, right? It's just much more interesting to me to see something like this with all of these layers of paint peeking through, rather than one blended cone straight across. And again, that's just my personal preference for my work. Not everybody's gonna paint the same as me. Whoops. So that was really heavy-handed there. I was not paying attention. And so I'm just gonna take this brush, which is another rough brush, with a little bit of acrylic medium, and I'm just gonna spread that out a little bit so I can fix it. I don't panic when anything happens in my paintings anymore. I know I can fix 90% of what I've done, and if I cannot fix it, then my handiest tool is sandpaper. So I do actually occasionally sand back into my paintings a little bit if I feel like I've really messed something up, but I try not to think of anything as a mistake. Jenny Bean, thank you. I try not to think of anything as a mistake. I try to just think of it as, how do I incorporate all of these marks together to make things look more beautiful? But this is a very odd way of painting, and what it helps me do is not only am I looking at things to have a more organic feel with all of these colors peeking through each other, but I'm also lost my train of thought. This is actually it requires a bit of concentration to do this. So not only am I doing that, but boy, I really did lose my train of thought. See, now I'm getting old. That's something that happens when you get old. Lose your train of thought. Let me just go ahead in here before I get too confused. Anyway, it helps it look much more organic. It just helps it look much more realistic. I probably will, after I get done with this layer, let this dry, and then I still might go back in and glaze over top of the whole thing, which will essentially change the color of the whole thing. And so you'll have to come back on Thursday for that, because that's something that I have to wait for it to dry before I get to it. But it's something that I do in a lot of my cones. It does just look so much more organic this way, though. And again, I apologize because I do get a little confused when I get too many thoughts going through my head at one time. And this stage, just because it does require a softer touch, does require a little bit more concentration on my part. So I'm just going to clean this up right there. But this whole thing is, to me, again, much better than if I was trying to go in here and blend colors to try to approximate whatever this was, whatever these approximate colors would be as a solid block. I just think it's so much more visually interesting to see 12 layers of paint in those sections than it is to see just one smooth blended layer. But again, that's just my personal preference for that. So but I do love just kind of seeing all of those little marks come together to make something that I think is really beautiful. So we do this a little bit up here too. We did it in this section, we did it in this section. It's not quite as obvious because the ice cream is a lighter color. But you know, again, it's just my way, and it might not be the same as many other people. This is problem solving, right? All painting is problem solving. And so for me, as I started to paint more and more food in general, but specifically ice cream, I really wanted to try to increase the realism in the pieces. And so all of this became, you know, how do I accomplish that? And so I've told this story, but you know, this particular brush, I believe it's this actual same brush, is something that I used back when I was doing a giant strawberry sundae, and it had frosted glass. And so I had both the texture of the ice cream. When I say giant, I mean 4 feet tall. You can see videos of that on my TikTok, by the way. And so I was really bound and determined to make it look realistic. But as I said, there was the texture of the ice cream, and then there's the texture of the frosted glass. So initially, I went into it thinking, I'm going to really pump this up, and I'm going to paint photorealistically, and I'm going to go in and make every single mark. I think that's the thought that I lost earlier today, or a little bit ago. I was going to make every single mark, and about 5 minutes into that, I realized that was insane. So I was like, it was problem solving. It was me trying to figure out, okay, how am I going to do this on this large scale in a reasonable amount of time so I'm not driving myself crazy? And my answer was at that time, well, what if I took this brush? What if I just took this brush and just stippled it on? And that worked, and I continued with it, and I just kept, again, evolving my process. I still evolved my process. But essentially, it comes down, as most things do when you're painting realistically or drawing realistically, it comes down to problem solving. So how do we accomplish something as a human being in a reasonable amount of time with just these tools on our palettes? And so that was my solution for that. So but again, I just feel like this, somebody in here earlier who has a background, is pursuing some animation, said that they could see kind of like this life imbued in the piece. And I just took that as such a high compliment, because it was it's what I want, right? I want this to be pulsing with life as opposed to a stoic thing. May I ask if acrylic reaches a limit of adherence on the canvas? So I work, Janica, and I can only speak for the way that I work. I use this stuff called acrylic glazing medium, and this is a satin medium. I mix that with all of my paint. And so, everything, this can essentially be thought of as acrylic paint that has no color. And so I mix it into everything that I do, and it makes my painting incredibly strong. It is essentially plastic. I mean, it kind of is plastic. It doesn't look like plastic because this is a satin, and so it has like kind of a duller sheen to it. I don't like my stuff to look super shiny typically. But from a chemical point of view, if you want to think of it that way, it is essentially plastic. And so there is a process that acrylic dries. It dries to the touch, but it takes longer for it to cure. And when it cures, all those chemical bonds kind of merge together. I'm not a specialist on that part of things. But when I say, and maybe I should show this again, that this is flat, right? There's no texture to my painting at all. These are just lots and lots of very thin layers of paint that are applied over each other. Woo! Almost dumped that. Lots and lots of layers that are applied over each other. If you're painting in really thick, what you call impasto paint, in really thick swatches, I don't know if there would be like a weight limit per that. There would be some drying problems, and there's some mediums that you could add to that to affect the qualities of the acrylic. So I'm not sure if I really answered your question correctly or not. If you're talking about the surface of the panel, my panels are all prepared to accept acrylic paint. Not everything is prepared in that same way. Okay, good. I'm glad I answered it. I can ramble for a long time about stuff, and I'm not always sure that I'm going to get the right answer to you. But anyway, but there are different surfaces, just while I'm talking about it. You went to search for acrylic glazing medium as well, and it helps to preserve the integrity. Yeah, it definitely, it makes my paintings are super strong. They're super strong. I don't really worry about them from a structural point of view, but I also don't use any water except to clean my brush. That's the only reason why I use water. It's just I keep a paper towel on my palette here. I don't know if that can be seen, So this, I keep a paper towel here. I have a water cup, which I just dumped a few minutes ago, but I'm near the end of my painting session anyway, so that's okay. But yes, so I clean my brush off in my water and I dry it off on the paper towel. And then I only use the medium. You were mainly wondering because you work mainly with colored pencil and it reaches a limit. Oh, yes, right. The paper eventually doesn't accept any more layers. Yes, that is actually a good question. I've never considered that before, but you're right. Colored pencil, that would be a totally different thing, but yeah, a very reasonable question from a colored pencil artist. So yeah, that's actually very interesting. Very, very interesting. So how do you balance that then as a colored pencil artist? How do you know when, to stop? Like as you're building layers, I guess would be my question. Like as I'm doing this, I would have to stop probably several layers before I normally would. Hi, Haru. How are you? Welcome in. Nice to see you. You mess up a lot and you're mindful of the strength you apply in the layers. I don't burnish anything. I'm not sure, a lot of trial and error. Well, that's art, right? It's always a lot of trial and error. I was just curious because I don't think, I mean, being somebody who doesn't have much of any experience, I did some stuff in high school, but much of any experience in colored pencil, I don't think I'd be prepared for the limitations of the layers. So yeah, so I guess I'm really lucky that I don't have to do that here. Haru, you're on a 3-stream streak. Thank you so much. And you hope you're all great. Thank you. Well, we hope you're doing great as well. Thank you for coming back. That's very, very kind. So as Carl's Jr. said earlier, I am going to do what I always do. I'm going to turn this on its side. And I do that so as I want to see a little more objectively what this is. And sometimes I get a little bit lost in all the shapes because there's a lot of complicated things going on, right? And so I'm just going to turn it on its side just to do this part and try to get these a little bit more accurate down here. So as I said, for anybody who's in here that wasn't in here earlier, we're going to try as best we can to finish this up on Thursday. We're going to try. Except for the white background. I will paint that outside because that's outside of the sessions because that's boring. It's necessary. I put several coats of white paint on here to get them to look really clean and contemporary, but it is boring to watch. So my husband has told me I am not recommended to do that on my streams. So we'll skip that part. But anyway, we're going to try to finish this up on Thursday. And then on Friday, we're going to have an ice cream party. So I hope everybody will come back for our ice cream party. Bring your own. And if you are not a fan of ice cream, then bring whatever you are a fan of. And you can still join us and we will all have a little bit of a snack together before we start the next project. You don't see it as exactly as a limitation, just a characteristic. That's probably a much healthier way to look at it. Sorry about that, Jenica. When I was in art school, my work with colored pencil was very superficial. These last few years, I've been investing in spending more time exploring, and I found I really like it. The combination between water. Oh, so do you start with watercolor and then do colored pencil? How does that work? Again, I enjoy learning about other people's process, especially for things that I am not as familiar with. And so I'm not super familiar with colored pencil techniques. Or watercolor for that matter. I do feel like this looks a lot more shapely than it was. Starting with watercolor and then adding detail with colored pencil or simply colored pencil. Nice. Yeah, I think it's very interesting to learn. And I think it's very interesting that you do not see that as a limitation, just a characteristic. And I guess if I probably thought about it, maybe I'd say the same thing about the acrylics, right? Like I like layering. I don't think they're super great for blending, even though that's what a lot of people try to do. I don't think that that's a limitation. I think that that's just a characteristic of it. So I prefer to layer them. And that works really well for me. You could also say, maybe a better way to say it would be that acrylics dry really fast, right? So that could be considered by some people to be a limitation as to why they don't blend well for them. But for me, it's just a characteristic. And so I use that to my advantage as best I can. So maybe it's probably something comparable for you for the colored pencil. So, you know, I like to put lots and lots of layers. If they, you know, when I was doing the oil paintings years ago, that was definitely a hindrance because I like to do lots and lots of layers on those, but they took forever to dry. So that was one reason why I was like, maybe I can make this work better if I switch to acrylics. And so eventually, I figured out ways to make that happen. So, oh, and Plo, are you done with your dinner, Plo? What did you say that you were making that was so weird? You said it was something weird. I don't remember if you told me what it was. All right, I'm just gonna flip this right side up again. And, you know, I think that if you were to look back, particularly on this part, if you were to look back at the beginning of the stream as to what this looked like at the beginning and what it looks like now, I just think this looks so much better now. So it's a few layers of paint in here and just applied very, very thinly. And like I said, applied with kind of this stippling motion. And so it really does make this look like it's kind of, you know, I guess what I hope is like pulsating with life, as opposed to it just being a stoic blend. And so again, that's just my process, what I like to do. I'll just do a little bit more on this, and then I probably am gonna have to call it a day in a bit here. So what was it? The other day, I remember you said it was the bacon veggie rice bowl thing. Tonight was pork tenderloin, corn, and fried potatoes. Nice. Same underpainting concept. Oh, okay, just different mediums. Interesting. I do love that y'all are, you know, because many people who come in here, including Plo. So if you haven't checked out Plo's channel, she is a really great artist. Many people are really great artists. I love that you all are exchanging ideas and methods with each other as well as me, because I just think it's really nice to learn from each other and to build on each other's skill. It does, but the observation skill that makes all the difference. When I logged on, you thought it looks really nice. Then I started adding highlight and like, wow, I did not see it was missing that. I gotcha, Janica. Interesting. So yeah, so nice when you all start, you know, chatting with each other and learning from each other. I think that's really cool. Even if it's just, you know, learning, like there was a few people in this past weekend that had some really unique mediums that they worked in, and a lot of people found them really interesting. And I think that's really interesting too. Sometimes it's not something that maybe affects your work directly if you're an artist. And, you know, certainly if you're just an art lover and you're in here just watching because you enjoy watching the process. But it's just interesting, I think. I'm a bit of an art nerd, so I like hearing about other people's processes. So yeah. Just do a tiny bit more. I just want to make sure I'm in a pretty good place so that I can pick this up again on Thursday. And as long as I have my color mixed up for this part, I might as well use it, right? Because I really would like to not have to go back in and do this part again, if I can avoid it. Okay. So I think that today that we're going to call it a day. And then when I come back, we will try to do as much of this on Thursday as I can. So I'll be back at 2 p.m. Eastern time. I appreciate everybody who has come in and chatted and shared your work and your perspectives and everything else. So thank you so much to everyone for coming in today. Thank you for all the new follows. I appreciate that too. Thank you both to Jenica and Phil and to Plo and to Cupie and everybody else who stopped in. And thank you again. And yes, thank you very much, Cupie. So I'm going to stop the stream, but we're going to raid somebody. So anybody who hangs out, we'll send you over to somebody good, I promise. And I hope you all have a wonderful evening. And I'm going to head out to my garden because that's what I like to do right before dinner. So I will see you guys soon, okay? And don't forget Friday ice cream party, okay? I'll see you soon. Bye-bye.